Hello. It's me, the pain machine. We're back for more pain. Have you had enough pain yet? We're here to torture more people. Okay, step one. Scenario role play. I leave my grandma a note with the names of 20 people. And I say, here's why I'm killing myself. Anyway, bye. You trust me, right? That I'm not suicidal? And that this is technically murder? Anyway, bye. See you later. Here's a list of all the things they did to me and I'm not lying. You trust me, right? You trust I'm not lying? Okay, anyway, I'm gonna go die now, bye. It's me, your favorite grandson. It's me, your spark of life. And life doesn't matter to me anymore. You've gotten abused, right? You know what it's like? Yeah, okay. Yeah, sucks, right? Yeah. You're a gang stalker, right? Right, okay. You cried to me on the phone that you're such a coward because you joined the gang stalkers, right? But you're a good gang stalker, right? You give them money, like that nurse with the taffy teeth, the veterinarian. I mean, not the nurse, the veterinarian. You're a good one, like the taffy teeth veterinarian who tried to buy me new shoes. So here's a list of the bad ones. I'm going to go to life. Human life doesn't matter, right? The value of human life is nothing, right? Well, here's the people who made me realize that. So I'm going to go die now. Goodbye. I'm going to mail you this letter from Switzerland. You're not even going to know I'm gone. What would that look like? I don't know. She'd say, but my daughter, but my daughters and my granddaughters, ooh, there's nothing I could do. There's nothing I could do. Who knows what she'd say? But I like this shave on this fucking thing. She'd say, is there anyone who can guarantee the safety of my family? I bet that's what she would say. She'd go to the cops. She'd say, is there anyone who can guarantee the safety of my family? She'd go to the Freemasons. She'd go to someone. She'd go to someone. She'd go to the bikers. I don't know who she'd go to. I bet she'd go to someone. I'm feeling like Dance Girl in the Cage here. My dad's gonna fucking... If my dad finds out. It's like, Dance Girl, you have a brother, you have a mom, you have a sister. Okay? It's not that you're stupid, you just haven't thought this through. You haven't thought it through, Dance Girl. Okay? You're not stupid. You can get it. But my dad's gonna fucking kill you. Okay, he can... He's watching on closed circuit television right now. Now the interesting thing is, let's look at the times when he masturbates after he hears you scream. What's up with that, huh? What's going on with that? Ugh. Well, if you don't laugh, it's just not funny anymore. I mean, Wavy Gravy said that. He's a pretty funny clown. He says, I was looking for the perfect high. Let me read it to you. I'd like to read something to you over here. This goes out to Poodle Girl, okay? Poodle Girl is someone who, unless she sees someone dying, she's not happy. Unless she sees an attractive guy who she couldn't fuck, literally dying, she's not happy. This poem is for her. I hope I don't have a double chin. I would really like to fix my double chin. You know, as morose as I'm being, I do have a desire to not have a double chin, okay? I really do. I really want to get fit. That is very exciting for me. Uh-huh. Right. It says, normally I can help with things like this, but I don't have access to that content. But it just showed it to me a minute ago. That is so weird. Let's try again. Maybe I'm not supposed to dedicate it to Poodle Girl. Maybe she has enough problems as it is. You know, there was this guy Clayton who took me for a car ride. I was pretty angry. I never really knew what happened. I said, I want to find that guy. Never knew what happened. Just took me for a car ride. My grandma said, don't do that. People fall by their own hand. You don't have to do that. Life takes care of people. Yeah, well. So we're going to read a poem. I don't know who it's dedicated to. Maybe if you find it useful, then it's dedicated to you. So this is a poem I really liked, as read by Wavy Gravy, a clown who's quite funny. The Perfect High. There was once a boy who searched for a high. He wanted to touch, to kiss the sky. He tried all the drugs from A to Z to unlock the secrets of misery. He smoked weed, he dropped the acid, sometimes intense, sometimes placid. He snorted the coke, he shot the smack, looking for something he seemed to lack. But the highs would fade, the lows would grow, leaving him empty down in the snow. Every chemical trip just left him burned, until one day a lesson he learned. He met an old man, wise and gray, who watched the boy stumble along the way. The boy cried out, "Oh, where can it be? The perfect high that will set me free." The old man smiled and shook his head and looked at the boy and softly said, "The perfect high isn't found in a pill, nor a powder, a smoke, or a chemical thrill. It's found in the wind, the sun, the trees, the crash of the waves, the evening breeze. It's found in a laugh, a touch, a friend, a beautiful journey that has no end. The perfect high is already inside. It's the spirit of life you've tried to hide. So open your eyes, look up at the sky, and you'll finally find your perfect high." Okay, that's not it. It was like that, but that's not it. There was a longer one, which is the gist of it, though. You got the gist. Ah, you're thinking of the epic. Yeah, this is the good one. This is the one by Wavy Gravy. He's the one who says, if you don't laugh at trauma, it's just not funny anymore. Oh, but then it changes it. Okay. I'll ask ChatGPT. It shows it to me, and then right after it says, I can't help you with that. I'm sorry. Fine. I'm getting fatigued here. Says it can't because it's copyrighted. It's really good. Can you link me? Wavy reading it? You should see Wavy. He's pretty funny. He's worth seeing. Oh my god. Okay, thanks for nothing, AI. Okay, I think we're gonna get it here. Yeah, look at this guy. There was once a boy named Gimme Some Roy. He was nothing like me or you, 'cause laying back and getting high was all he cared to do. As a kid, he sat in the cellar sniffing airplane glue. I mean, I used to burn plastic when I was a kid. And then he smoked bananas, which then was the thing to do. He tried aspirin and Coca-Cola, breathed helium on the sly, and his life was just one endless search to find that perfect high. And his life was just one out. Oh yeah, but grass just made him want to lay back and eat chocolate chip pizza all night. And the great things he wrote while he was stoned looked like shit in the morning light. And speed just made him rap all day. Reds just laid him back. And cocaine rose was sweet to his nose, but the price nearly broke his back. He tried PCP and THC, but they didn't quite do the trick, and poppers nearly blew his heart, and mushrooms made him sick. Acid made him see the light, but he couldn't remember it long, and hashish was just too weak, and smack was a lot too strong. And quaaludes made him stumble, and booze just made him cry, till he heard of a cat named Baba Fats who knew the perfect high. Now, Baba Fats was a hermit cat who lived up in Nepal, high on a craggy mountaintop up a sheer icy wall. But hell, says Roy, I'm a healthy boy, and I'll crawl or climb or fly, but I'll find that guru who'll give me the clue as to what's the perfect high. So out off goes, give me some Roy, to the land that knows no time, up a trail no man could conquer, to a cliff no man could climb. For 14 years he tries that cliff, then back down again he slides, then sits and cries and climbs again, pursuing the perfect high. He's grinding his teeth, he's coughing blood, he's aching and shaking and weak, as starving and sore and bleeding and tore, he reaches the mountain peak, and his eyes blink red like a snowblind wolf, and he snarls the snarl of a rat, as there in perfect repose and wearing no clothes sits the godlike Baba Fats. What's happening, Fats? Says Roy with joy. I've come to state my biz. I hear you're hip to the perfect trip. Please tell me what it is. For you can see, says Roy to he, that I'm about to die. So for my last ride, Fats, how can I achieve the perfect high? Well, dog my cat, says Baba Fats, here's one more burnt-out soul who's looking for some alchemist to turn his trip to gold. But you won't find it in no dealer's stash or no druggist's shelf. Son, if you would seek the perfect high, find it in yourself. Why, you jive motherfucker, screamed Give Me Some Roy. I've climbed through the rain and sleet. I've lost 3 fingers off my hands and 4 toes off my feet. I've braved the lair of the polar bear and tasted the maggot's kiss. Now you tell me the high is in myself? What kind of shit is this? My ears, 'fore they froze off, says Roy, had heard all kinds of crap, but I didn't climb for 14 years to listen to sophomore rap. And I didn't crawl up here to hear that the high is on the natch. So you tell me where the real stuff is or I'll kill your guru ass. Okay, says Baba Fats. You're forcing it out of me. There is a land beyond the sun that's known as Zaboli, a wretched land of stone and sand where snakes and buzzards scream, and in the devil's garden blooms the mystic Sutsu tree, and every 10 years it blooms one flower as white as the Key West sky, And he who eats off the sutsu flower will know the perfect high. For the rush comes on like a tidal wave, and it hits like a blazing sun. And the high, it lasts a lifetime, and the down don't ever come. But Zaboli land is ruled by a giant who stands 12 cubits high. With eyes of red in his 100 heads, he waits for the passers-by. And you must slay the red-eyed giant and swim the river of slime, where the mucus beasts, they wait to feast on those who journey by. And if you survive the giant and the beasts and swim that slimy sea, there's a blood-drinking witch who sharpens her teeth as she guards that Zutsu tree. To hell with your witches and giants, laughs Roy. To hell with the beasts of the sea. As long as the Zutsu flower blooms, some hope still blooms for me. And with tears of joy in his snow-blind eye, Roy hands the guru a 5. Then back down the icy mountain he crawls, pursuing that perfect high. Well, that's that, says Baba Fats, sitting back down on his stone, facing another 1,000 years of talking to God alone. It seems, Lord, says Fats, it's always the same old men or bright-eyed youth. It's always easier to sell them some shit than to give them the truth. What did you think? Well, is Dance Girl the perfect high? Or am I? I don't mean to be sly. Nigh. But, I mean, is the perfect high a shit fetish with 2-ply? Looking up at Dance Girl's ass in the sky? Until I puke and cry? And say, not in my eye. She says, I can't go. I say, just try. I mean, you can get away with a lot when you're a cute guy. Especially if you shave your face with your new razor on the first try. But I don't think I want to die. I'd rather eat fruit and see if I can get by. And to go to Switzerland, I'd have to fly. And, well, if I get a male border patrol guard touching my dick, I used to be bi. I'd like to meet Baba Fats. I'll bet he's pretty fat. I wonder who Bob. You know who I bet Wavy Gravy imagines he is Baba Fats. He's so funny. It's like if you don't have a sense of humor, it's just not funny anymore. Something about it, a normal person saying that it wouldn't matter, but coming from Baba Fats, coming from Wavy Gravy, he's really smart. He's a clown who's really smart. A fat clown. And he's smart in that Stanley Kubrick sort of way, where everything he says hits hard. He's not someone who you'd try to con him. You wouldn't try to con him. He would see through you right away. He's one of those kind of people. Now, I enjoy acid. It's pretty fun. I should do some more maybe. But I don't know. I really don't know. I don't want to waste my life. I have some goals I want to do. What do you think of Israeli soldiers? Well, now they're American soldiers. That's cool. I wouldn't mind if we got nuked too. I'd like it. I'd say the rest of the world should nuke America and Israel real fast. In Canada, you can get nuked too. Not that Canada should, but if we're just happen to be America's neighbor, then yeah, go ahead. I asked my dad what he would do in the war. I said, if there was ever a war, what would you do? He said, I'd be a lot of help. He said, I would help a lot. He'd help with technical stuff. I'm like, don't we deserve to lose? That's what I'm thinking now. Don't we deserve to lose? The rest of the world is far better than us. We're the least civilized in the world. We're the furthest uncivilized in the world. And you can tell by how we treat men, how we treat boys. But can you imagine telling a normal person that not publicizing suicides and deaths, when you make private the obituaries of people who commit suicide and die in car accidents, that means that murder and pedophilia and rape are legal? That means that literally child sex trafficking and snuff film is legal? Can you imagine just telling that to a normal person? Like, yeah, there's privacy laws. When there's a car accident, you can't actually publish that in the paper. And that means that snuff films are legal. They're like, what? How does that make sense? That doesn't make sense. That has nothing to do with each other. You know, people are funny. It's sad. It's a sad day. I don't know what to say. I want to jack off, dude. I want to jack off real bad. I'm not even horny. That's the other thing. I'm not even horny. I want to take this pain away. I want oxytocin. I want all those good chemicals. I mean, I was supposed to be happy. I got my new shaver. Well, I am actually. It works pretty nice. And I'd like to get this double chin under control. I'd like to weigh the same amount I do, but I'd like more muscle and less fat. I know my body is skinny, but I still got a little pudge, and I don't like my double chin. No, I don't like it. But shaving my face, big upgrade. I'm a bit scared. I'm bored. I'm boring too. I'm a bit bored. My dad says if you're bored, it's because you're boring. And I agree. I'm normally not bored. I normally think when you watch a video of mine, you're getting a treat. I mean, because I have fun. I have so much fun making videos. I think when you watch a fucking video of mine, it's entertaining. You're going to be like, how does this guy not have more views? And I'm like, because I'm being shadow banned. But also because maybe I'm just too cool. I don't know. But maybe everyone thinks they're cool. Maybe everyone... I don't watch my videos back. I'd be bored. I used to watch my videos. I used to listen to them from what I imagined to be your perspective. But now, I just make a new one. And it's way better. I got that from Anthony Kiedis. He's like, I never listen to my music. Once it's on the radio, I don't listen to it ever. If it comes on, I turn it off. He's like, I can't. I could never do that. And I'm kind of the same way now. I'm like, I just can't do it. If I'm having fun, present, I imagine that you are too. Sometimes I think this is just boring, and Dance Girl is going to be so bored of you. I'm like, yeah, well, let me see her then. If she thinks I'm so boring, let me just watch her talk for an hour. You know, let me just watch her on hidden camera. See how interesting she is. And knowing that she knows, knowing that I'm watching her too, because that changes things. When you know you're being watched, it changes things, because then you start performing. That's not entertaining. You want to watch someone when they don't know they're being watched. Then you get the real them. Well, in nature, we'd have no privacy. But it's weird when it doesn't go both ways. You know, you would do everything in the open. You'd have gangbangs. Gangbangs would be a family affair. Everyone would watch you shit and piss and fuck. Everyone would watch that in their entire life. There would be no shame in the first place. It would be absurd to wear clothing. And it would be absurd to live not on the equator. Now, personally, I think that with desalination plants, we can make the entire world tropical. And that through weather modification and forced poverty, that's why there's only a certain amount of inhabitable land. I saw a TED Talk once saying that you can make any desert, barren land into tropical forest. And it's just simply that people aren't allowed. And that follows suit with a lot of ways that society is, where people are poor by design. It's not that some of the world can't afford food, it's that they're being made poor. It's that they're causing drought. They're using cloud seeding. I mean, people say rainwater is distilled, but that's insane. I heard this from Lauren, that every drop of rain forms on a particulate, which isn't distilled then, because distilled is water without any particles or things in it. I don't know what a particle is. Ken Wheeler says water isn't even matter, but it's only mostly matter. And he was Apple's highest rated customer salesperson. And he translates books from ancient Pali and Sanskrit. And he has a YouTube channel. But I don't know the difference between a molecule and a particulate. But a piece of dust, basically, in layman's terms. There's like a piece of dust in the air, and the moisture in the cloud attaches to that piece of dust, and that's what forms the raindrop. And so if you wanted to make it rain in a certain place, you could just spray particles. You could spray dust in the sky. And I think you could steal all the rain from one area to make it cause drought in another area. And so they do this. The Mossad and the CIA, they do this to all the other countries in the world. Like Iran, for example. Iran could be a very beautiful place with lots of greenery. But because of weather control, I don't know if there's more methods than just cloud seeding. They have drought. And they don't have enough water. And there are international treaties that you're not allowed to do that. And then they say weather modding doesn't even exist. Yet we have treaties saying we're not allowed to do it. That's like, I think Jeffrey Epstein had his prostate removed. And the coroner was like, yeah, he has a prostate. This body double has a prostate. And then there's like videos of like showing his nose compared to the real one. And then showing pictures of him in Israel now. And he signs on his Fortnite account in Israel. And then they have Ghislaine Maxwell in Quebec. And it's like, they all have body doubles. I was thinking how funny it would be to put a tattoo on Jeffrey Epstein's body double that says, "I'm not the real Jeffrey Epstein. You're a complete idiot. Look at my nose. Look at the curvature of my nose. And look at the coroner's report about how I have a body part that he doesn't have because he had it removed, but I have that body part." And isn't it funny that we're putting it right in your face because you're so fucking subservient that you like to be told that? Because you dream, because you only wish. For that kind of drip. You only wish for that kind of drip. You take revenge on animals. You eat factory farmed animals. You're rich, and instead of going to a place where they ethically slaughter the pig, even though you're rich, you go to a place where they drown it in pepper spray, which takes it a minute. They spray it with gas that's like pepper spray, and it suffocates, and it takes a minute. You do that because you wish you could be Jeffrey Epstein, but you can't. You're not rich enough. So instead, you settle for slaughtering a pig in the most sick way possible. Or a chicken or something. And so when we tell you, look, it's the fake one. We killed the fake one. We're making it really obvious. You go, that's right. That's my government. Ooh, I hate Trump. Ooh, I hate him. I like the other one better, who does the exact same thing. But as long as I hate someone, it shows that I'm morally outraged and I'm just one of the good guys. I'm just one of the good guys. I'm one of the good guys. Hey, I don't give a fuck. I'm already dead inside. I don't care. Go ahead. Eat all the pigs you want. Have fun. Enjoy your pig for your bravery. Enjoy your strength and your bravery. You know, it's all just a joke at some point. You know, you go outside, they're like, we're going to make you eat poo. We're going to make you eat cum. We're going to poison you. We think it's funny that you die. We want your family to die. All day, every day. It's like, it seems like such a joke. You know, everything just seems like a joke. I don't really get it. I personally don't mind being a loser, really. After June 2nd, I was like telling my mom and cousin about Dance Girl. I never said her name. They're like, who is this person? I was like, someone I haven't told you about. I was like, she's an it girl. She's all popular. And then she turns out to be mean. And I'm like, I'd rather just be a loser. But I'm not being mean to you now, Dance Girl. I'm not like calling you mean, okay? I'm just telling about a story from a while ago. I'm in a really bad mood right now. I frankly need ice cream really bad. But I charged my headphones. That's cool. You know what I'd do if I killed myself? I'd say, here's my whole police report. Do this legally so you can't get killed. Do it legally so they can't kill our family. That's probably what I'd do. I'd leave Dance Girl and Louise out of it, obviously. I'd say that's my dying wish. Use this evidence from Dance Girl, but make sure she doesn't go to prison. And Louise too. And obviously red hair. And anyone who red hair and Dance Girl like. They have automatic right to say who's who. Well, whatever. This is just a power fantasy, okay? Don't listen to me. I'm so petty right now. I'm so fucking petty right now. But I do kind of want to check if acid is on sale. I could totally go for a hit of acid right now. It pisses me off that Dance Girl is so difficult to meet. That she is giving me every sign she loves me. She's giving me every sign except actually being with me. I'm like, why is it so difficult? This is not just about being a gang stalker. This is something else. I mean, wouldn't you like to do acid? Now, your brain's not fully formed till you're 25. Maybe that would be bad for her to do acid. Certainly, I wouldn't have done acid till I was in my mid-20s. And that wasn't about being a fully formed brain. It was just emotionally, I was scared. I was like, that's too much. I actually couldn't do that yet. But I would like to get high with Dance Girl on acid. That'd be a lot of fun. That'd be seriously fun, but not needed. Not needed. But I mean, I wish. I'd like to be high with her, at least. Well, I'm high and she's not. But I'd give her a tab for sure if she wanted it. Oh, you know who I really wanted to do acid with? Was my dad. I was like, it would be so much fun. You have no idea. He's like, no, I don't do drugs. I don't do that. He's like, I do speed. That's my drug. He's on the maximum dose, the maximum legal dose of attention deficit disorder medication. Okay, I'm not masturbating here. I don't know if you can see this. I'm just fixing my dick machine. YouTube, don't censor me, YouTube. Well, I'm feeling a bit better now. Hope the sound quality is good. I got the nice microphone out. It's nice doing things nice sometimes. I bought a Shure SM11 just to make fucking videos. I bought a fucking, whatever this iRig Pre 2 thing is. A preamp. I bought a preamp just to make videos with a better microphone. Eventually, I liked the Rode the best. Zeph was talking about his microphone. He uses the Shure SM7B. And he says, you won't think twice about that because everyone uses that microphone. But he was using it before it was popular. He's like, I always knew this was the one. And I always knew that about the Shure SM11. I was like, if you want a lav mic, there's no better microphone than the Shure SM11. And no one knows, but I know. One of my subscribers knows too. But 90, probably 1 out of 20,000 people is going to know the difference between a Shure SM11 and a Rode whatever, a Rode NT1A or something. But I notice, I like these things. I like these things a lot. But eventually I didn't. Eventually I said, yeah, I do like them, but it doesn't matter. You can have the worst microphone. Just as long as you feel good, you're making good content. That's the thing that really matters. But you needed the good microphone at the beginning. They said that at Long and McQuaid Music Store by Prince's Cinemas, where they had that movie playing, where they had a guy named Timothy Treadwell who got eaten alive by grizzly bears. That my mom went to see that movie and heard him get eaten alive. I was like, why would you listen to that? And I was disturbed. I was like, who would put that in a movie? There's sick fucking people listening to that. I was like, no offense, Mom, but you shouldn't be watching this. This is disturbing. This is really disturbing. You know damn well that everyone seeing that movie was doing it to hear someone die by being eaten alive by a grizzly bear. You know that was the whole reason of the whole thing. You know there's appeal for these kind of things. I mean, when Osho would find out anyone was dying in his city, in his town, he 100% of the time would go see them. Anyone dying, he would be there witnessing them die. I've never seen anyone die. I wanted to. I've wanted to. Not someone being murdered, but someone just dying of natural causes. Travis watched a video of an execution, someone having their head cut off, and he said he wished he didn't watch it. He's like, it was way more fucked than I thought it would be. And I was like, I don't think I would want to watch that. In fact, I know I wouldn't. But seeing someone just, dying of natural causes, yeah, well, I would love to see that. And I went on a date with a girl who had witnessed a bunch of people dying. And I said, oh, you are so lucky. I wish I could have seen that. I mean, in nature, we would see everyone die. And Osho says it's a very needed experience to see an enlightened person die. And if you don't see that, you're missing out. Because an enlightened person dies differently. And you have to see that to know it's possible, to know how it's supposed to work. I know I felt pretty unfair thinking I have to die early, and how painful that is too, to have to come up with some disgusting way to kill myself, and how it's not supposed to work like that. How I thought I'm a coward, and how it's like I'm only scared because my body is telling me not to die. It's telling me it's not even my time, and they're forcing me. They're forcing me to. They don't even let me do euthanasia here in Canada. And then if you can't afford it, what can you do? I mean, this was years back, okay? Don't think I'm wrapping a belt around my neck these days. Years back, I'm fucking wrapping a belt around my neck, trying to figure out how I can take enough sleeping pills so I can pass out, and then I'll hang myself without even breaking my neck, without even feeling it, without even knowing. I'll just pass out, I'll fall off my chair, and then I'll just suffocate. And I'm trying to get all this arranged, and they have a fucking TSD associate outside our house doing kickflips. Like, yeah, do it. And I'm like, why aren't you happy with me? Like, I guess they were happy with me, but if you're happy with me, why torture me for it? Like, I'm already doing what you say. Even my dying, you're being mean to me for killing myself. Like, I'm already doing the thing you're telling me to do. That was one of my clues, because I felt a lot of guilt too. I mean, we had I taped a penny onto our mirror, which is still there. We have 2 mirrors in our bathroom. There's one behind the bathroom door too. It goes right to the ceiling. And I taped a penny at the top of it because we had pennies. People are always breaking into our house, and we were finding pennies all over the house. And so I taped a penny onto the mirror so my mom would really freak out. And we always kept it there. But when I realized that they were trying to entrap me into a sex crime with kids, I started to incriminate them. And I had to say some pretty off-color things to do that. And I felt guilty for that because I didn't know why I was doing it. I was just mirroring back what they were saying, what they were doing. And I had subconsciously known that they're breaking in the house. I had been saying they're watching me in the house. They're watching me in every room of the fucking house. Well, who's they? I don't know, but they are. The same people who sent the guy to suck my dick when I was 13. Whoever sent them, it's them. Those are the people. They're watching me in my house. And now they're trying to and they're willing to do that when I'm 13. The guy chases me around. He doesn't just ask. He chases me around. That was the thing. The whole thing was fucked, but he was scaring me. He was intentionally scaring me. They made him like really assault me, trying to suck my dick. I thought about it. I wonder what that would feel like. I bet that'd feel good. I was like, that guy's so ugly. We call the police, and I write a police report in my nice handwriting. Pretty embarrassing. Pretty fucking embarrassing. And then as I'm getting older, I'm realizing they're breaking into our house. It's the same people breaking into our house. And they're trying to fucking entrap me for a sex crime. And so I start incriminating them. I start thinking, who are these people? I start talking to them in the house by myself. I wait till everyone's gone and I start saying things out loud. What are they going to do now? And then I'm embarrassed. I'm horribly embarrassed that they're videotaping this and they're passing it around to everyone in the neighborhood. And I'm feeling really guilty and ashamed and disgusting. And I don't see that everything I'm doing is logical. That I do follow the rules of society. I am like an autistic, obsessive, compulsive person. I'm like a goody two-shoes. I'll break the laws that don't harm people, including myself. But I never had desire for this. And they made me feel like I did. They made me feel like a creep. They made me feel like a really fucking creep. And I carried that. I carried that weight. When I was 13, that guy who they had chase me, they made me feel like it was all my fault. Like my saying that joke to my cousin, that inappropriate thing, was the same as a guy chasing me around to suck my dick. What I said was, it had context. You know what I mean? Know what I'm saying, J-Rock? Know what I'm saying? Or when I'm, apparently, who even knows? Who even fucking knows? But I'm watching entertainment with a friend when I'm 14. Apparently, we're watching entertainment with people who are the same age as us. This is what my friend says. Which, to me, this is no big deal. This is logical. This is like, obviously, this is cool. And then they send me a fucking 5-year-old when I'm like 19 on a mislabeled thing. I'm like seriously traumatized. But in their heads, they go, well, it's the same thing. Remember what you did when you broke the law, so that's what you get. Now we got that on your hard drive. I'm like, okay. Well, I got my hard drive upstairs in my bedroom. Go ahead and take it. I never cleaned that hard drive. That hard drive still has everything on it. So go ahead. I'm not scared of you. Then they sent me another one on the Kodi box. This girl getting tied up. She's like 10. I'm like, fuck that. I turn that off. I call Crime Stoppers. I email Crime Stoppers too. I don't know. It's the people who sent me the video. They're the ones at Crime Stoppers. Then they got this guy with a criminal sex record. He harasses me for my phone number. I go for jogs by the school. They call me like 10 times, like a million fucking times. And in my head, I'm piecing this all together. I'm realizing the overarching theme of what they're doing. And so I start provoking them. What are you going to do? And then they're using that to incriminate me. They're trying to entrap me, so I incriminate them. And then they use my incriminating them to incriminate me by passing around the fucking secret footage to the whole neighborhood, making me feel embarrassed, making me feel ashamed. And I'm barely coming to terms with all this. I'm barely aware, why am I even doing this? I'm in the basement by myself. I'm going, I'm a pedophile, I'm a pedophile, I'm a pedophile, I'm a pedophile. I'm saying this out loud to myself. Why would I say that? I myself don't even know. But I'm saying it quietly because I know they're listening. I know they're listening. I don't know why I'm saying it. I don't know why I'm saying it. But I do know that as I'm saying it, I'm saying they're listening to this. Before I even say it, I go, they're listening to this. And then I'm feeling, oh man, this is so fucked. They just showed everyone in the town this. Later on, I'm saying this. And then I'm saying, but why did you say it to begin with? Why did you say it to begin with while thinking they're listening? Why did you have to say it? You felt like you had to say it. And so I go on carrying all this fucking guilt, all this fucking shame, feeling disgusting. And then I find Zeph and Zeph's daughter who killed herself. And he's saying, good people kill themselves when they're shamed to death. That's a thing. That's like a real thing. And I felt like he was talking to me. I felt like he was talking literally to me. He's like, good people fucking kill themselves over being shamed. And I'm like, yeah, I know that's true, but I can't feel it. It doesn't feel right. And then, you turn over one stone, you understand yourself. Why did I do that? Why did I say that? Why am I embarrassed? Why am I embarrassed what these people think of me? Why am I defending my life to these people when they're the same people who abused me as a kid? In so many ways, so many times throughout my life. Who cares what they think? Well, I care what they think because I need their help. I need them to protect me from TSD. And they're not going to do that if they think I'm the same as him. And then I'm resentful. I'm like, I don't want to fucking placate people and suck up to people just for their help. I don't want to beg people for help and say, come on guys, I'm a good person. And worst of all, I don't even feel like it. I feel like I'm disgusting. I feel like I don't even deserve help. That was the shocking thing when I finally got help. When gang stalkers started protecting me from getting vehicular assaults, I was beside myself. I felt like my little friend Tyler, who has cerebral palsy, who when he was puking, Din Venom's ex-pig and Vin Denham's pig were helping him puke. And he said, "You're not disgusted to touch me?" Which seemed a little bit dramatic. He tried to kill himself. He took a bunch of pills. He gave a note to Din Venom's ex-pig. And we said, "Oh, you fucking drama queen. We all know that you don't tell anyone if you kill yourself, okay? You literally just walked," and his note was so pretentious. His note said, "Don't expect any Hemingway type shit." And so he can't run very fast because he has cerebral palsy. So we called the fucking ambulance to pump his stomach, and he's running away. And we're like, "Tyler, you can't run. You have cerebral palsy. We're going to catch you." And he tries to run under the subway, and he falls down the stairs. He slides down the stairs on his stomach. And the police get there, and they're almost like kicking his body. Like, turn him over with your foot, see if he's okay. They're very, very not compassionate towards them. In a sense, neither are we. You know, my Din Venom's ex-pig comes in. She says, Tyler just gave me this. He took all his Suboxone. And then the ambulance comes. The ambulance is much nicer. And in the ambulance, he's awake and he's coherent. You know, he's frothing at the mouth and whatnot. And he's going, yeah, this is the best summer of my life. But before he does this, he throws this book up at the air. Because he had just went out, he had met a model. He went out in his underwear, you know, to kind of overcome his issue with having cerebral palsy. It was kind of ridiculous, you know, but I told him to do it. I was like, you clearly have body issues, so just go out in your underwear, in your man zone. We have these things called man zones from some store in Toronto, a big store, Bob's store or something. I don't know what it's called, but you would recognize it. It's a really big store, and it's near Spadina Street, walking distance to Spadina Street. It's like a white and red sign on the front of it, and it's really big. It's like the size of Walmart. They had these things called man zones. And Travis went on some boat with her and him. I don't know what the deal was, what happened. She didn't call him back. And he was really angry at me. I think he had just taken all the pills and we had just went to see what had happened. And he said, you knew she wouldn't call me back. And he throws the book against the ceiling and he runs away. And then he comes back, you know, he's living with us at the time. He stiffed us for rent. He's living with us at the time. He says he just forgot. And he comes back and we're like going out to the bar and, you know, I'm like, you should tell that girl over there that you're going to kill yourself if she doesn't talk to you. You should tell her that you just got back from the hospital. And, you know, he thought that was pretty funny. And my dad was like, he's a huge drama queen. That's a really huge drama queen thing to do. But I mean, we kicked him out of the house. He didn't pay rent and we're like, this is fucking lame. Like, you're an asshole, you know? You're a victim card. You know, he's late. We're meeting him and he's late and he says, it's because I have cerebral palsy. And we're like, that's not really an excuse. You know, he doesn't pay rent. He says, oh, I just forgot. And we're like, yeah, you know, that's not cool. That's completely fucked up. And then I say the word retard around him once, and he's like, you know, my sister's retarded, right? Or something, like some family person. He's like really protective all of a sudden. And it's like, yeah, I guess we can't say any words around you. You know, I guess we think you're a retard. He's good looking, really. You know, I've slept with a girl with cerebral palsy. Well, fucking, I don't know what to say. What was I even talking about? I'm feeling a bit better now. I'd love to do some acid, I think. But I think that's part of my hangover. Oh yeah, something about guilt and shame. And then your heroes, you know, Joanne was one of my heroes. They let you down. They let you down. They blame you. That really hurt. And you know what they think? They think someone like me couldn't hurt you anyway. Because I'm so small. But no one will ever know that. I'll never tell you that. I'll make you think that I'm larger than life. But deep down, I think I'm so small that I could never hurt you anyway. Why? Well, because of how I treat you. Because of how I treat you. It never occurs to them what it'd be like to be the farm animal, to be the pig. It never occurs to them. They never even think about it. But subconsciously they do. And it makes them feel small. And they don't like that, so they offload it onto you. They say, it's your fault. I'm over it that you ignored me when I was stalking you. I'm over it that you loved me and I was using you for sexual pleasure. And I should have made myself available to you to have sex. But I couldn't because I had the politics of my marriage. I used my sexual power over you, and that was mean. But I never admit that. Because that goes against my whole bullshit morality that's not even real, that I'm just pretending. That goes against the personality I'm pretending to have. But how do I feel as the victim of that? I'm like, that kills me. That makes me feel like you don't love me. And it makes me feel like that because you don't. Whereas I love you. But I only love you based on the fact that you're lying to me. But I feel that you're lying to me. And then I blame myself. I think I must be fucked up because I trust you. And you're just the millionth person. But you're not like anyone else. You're special. And when you tell me that it's my fault, finally I believe you. And finally I stop trusting myself. And I start feeling like a pervert. And I start feeling like it's all my fault. And I start feeling like I should die. And like there's nowhere to run and there's nothing to get. There's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to turn. And meanwhile, they have no idea. They're like, well, it's just an innocent white lie. It's just nothing. You wouldn't have known I was lying anyway. Yeah, you kind of do. But that's ultimately it. I'm so tiny that someone like me could never hurt someone like you. I'm like, that's not true. You may see yourself like that, but I don't. But the fucked up thing is I see myself the way that you see yourself. And I see you the way that you see me. And you fucking destiny swapped me. Had you told me the truth, that wouldn't have happened. Had you had shame, had you not been shameless, you wouldn't have destroyed my self-esteem. Hey, but what does it matter anyway, right? Nothing matters anyway. The value of life is nothing. And we're all just sitting around waiting to die. Living in fear. Yeah, I'm in a bad mood tonight. I can't believe it. Need to get rid of this double chin. You'd think explaining things would make it make sense, but it doesn't. Not to other people. To you it does, but not to other people. I believe it does to Joanne too. If I talk to her without anger, I believe she can understand everything I say. And Dance Girl too. But I wonder sometimes about Dance Girl. Sometimes I'm like, she is, I don't know what the word would be. Dogmatic. Oh, but you know, I'm scared of fucking losing Dance Girl. And I tell myself, you really shouldn't be. You really shouldn't be. I said, you should actually go get your pie. You want to, like, I didn't want Dance Girl to disappoint me tonight. Now, that might be really unfair to her to say that. Because last night I went for a bike ride and I didn't get any I love you from her. But she might have sent me 2 I love yous and I just didn't get them. And so tonight, I was like, I want to make a pie. I actually wanted to make one when I went to Freshco, but I ended up getting a cake instead, which was a big mistake. And if I go get a fucking pie, I'm afraid that I'm not going to get any love from Dance Girl. And I'm also afraid that I'm going to get conflicting messages from TSD that sabotage my relationship with Dance Girl. But on the line of not getting any love from Dance Girl, I said I don't want to find out that she doesn't love me. I'm not strong enough right now to find out she doesn't love me. So I'm not going to go get my fucking pie. And I was like, you're making a big mistake. You should be happy if you find out she doesn't love you. You should be thankful for that. And yeah, it'll make you cry and it'll make you threaten everyone that you're going to go get euthanized like a big baby crybaby. And you're going to be all sad and all that stuff. But just give it a little time and you'll say, it was right. If that's how it's supposed to be, then that's how it's supposed to be. So you should never be afraid of someone dumping you. You should never ever be afraid of someone dumping you, ever. Because if they dump you, you're not supposed to be together. So don't be like Good Will Hunting. I wonder if Dance Girl knows that too. I wonder sometimes if Dance Girl keeps her distance because she's like, if he gets to know me, he's going to dump me. I seriously wonder that sometimes. I think this has nothing to do with gang stalking, nothing to do with plausible deniability. Okay, I've been in plenty of relationships with gang stalkers, and this is something completely different. And I'm like, I'm scared of that too. Like, obviously, I feel like a bore sometimes. But tonight I was just weak. I was too weak. I couldn't do it. I was like, I can't bear one more disappointment right now. But it was nice going back. There was a few things I did to, and it's hard to say, it feels like I'm lying, to incriminate whoever was doing this to me. I think it was TSD. I don't know. That I couldn't explain. Why did I do that? How will I explain that to anyone? And then I was like, I remember. Now I remember. Now I remember the event that happened before then. And it all makes sense. And I was fucking walking around feeling shameful and dirty, which I've been doing since I was 13. And then, getting through it. Getting through it. It changes a lot. I mean, you can't even dream of spirituality if you condemn yourself. You don't even know the first thing about religion if you condemn yourself. You're the furthest away from God if you feel guilt. There's no further away from God you can get. And when you repress your guilt, you're unaware of it. I think there's a lot of nasty people who repress their guilt and they put it on other people. And that's what all this malarkey is about. Something as simple as that. And of course, you can't tell anyone. Well, you can tell the choir. I'm preaching to the choir here. But the people who need to hear it, you can't tell them. All they understand is violence. Which is like, I'd rather just get euthanized. I don't want to fight people. And as long as Osho approves, he's like, you don't have to get reborn. He's like, if you're enlightened, then that's fine. So I'm like, I'll try to be enlightened and get euthanized then. Or, if it's technically murder, which it is, then it won't ruin my next life. Then I could be reborn again in a better situation where I don't have someone doing that to me. But if you get euthanized when you don't need to, then your next life will be worse. So I'm like, I gotta make sure I actually need it. And that it's not just being a crybaby, not just being an escapist. Like, people would tell Osho, I want to die, and he'd say, well, go do it somewhere else. Don't cause problems for me here. There was this one guy who, his family was trying to get him out of his room, and he was saying he wanted to die. And Osho said, when he was there, he said, come on out and I'll take you to a waterfalls where you can jump. And I was thinking of dying myself, and this is where I'd like to die. So I'll take you there right now. But hurry, because the sun's setting and it would be nice to do it at sunset. And I have something to do later on, so we have to do this quick. So he takes him, he drives him to this place. And the guy changes his mind at the last minute. And I had really been talking really morose things once before I had started fighting with my crazy cash brother. My one who's, he has a gun without a license and he just shows up at my grandma's house. Like that kind of guy. And I was like, walking around every corner. I was like, actually, I don't want to die. Now that some guys fucking terrorizing me. Eventually we made up. But once we made up, I was like, I like to end on a good note. I'm not going to risk fucking things up with you again. I'm not talking to you. If I ever have a lot of money, I'll probably give you $1 million. But I'll probably do it anonymously. I wouldn't even want you to know it's from me because I'd be scared of what you might do. But he's a very sensitive person. I never knew how much he means to me, really. Some family you don't talk to. Well, anyways, so you go through your mistakes with a fine-tooth comb, which you only do when you're depressed. You say, I want to feel more guilt and more pain, and I want to feel completely ashamed and worthless. And truthfully, I'd like to masturbate at the same time, crying about how hopeless I am and everything is fucked. But then you're going through every mistake you've ever made and you're reframing it. You're saying it's not what I thought it was. I was stopping people from putting cum in my food. I was stopping people from killing my family. And it absolutely makes sense. And then I'm like, I'm healed. I feel better. I don't feel dirty anymore. You can go through my entire backlog of history. You can look at every action I've ever done, everything I've ever said, and it all makes sense. And I've been a good guy. I'm a good person. I got nothing to hide. That's, awesome. Don't you feel like you have a lot to hide? Like there's certain things you'd think that you wouldn't tell anyone? Not even necessarily things that would get you in prison, but just things that you might think that you wouldn't want certain people to know. Maybe if you're married, there's certain things you wouldn't want to tell your spouse. Certain fantasies you might have. Certain dreams you might have. Certain thoughts, certain feelings you might have. About family, friends, the state of the world. I felt like I've been living in hiding my whole life. Like it's all my fault. And why wouldn't I when everyone tells me it is? Everyone tells me they don't trust me. Why wouldn't I stop trusting myself? That's the logical conclusion. I trust you. You don't trust me. Because I trust you, I trust that I'm untrustworthy because you're telling me that you don't trust me. So I stop trusting myself. That's the logical conclusion, which happens. That's why it's bad to bully people, especially when they're young, before their personality crystallizes. Because they're like, yeah, I guess that's true. And then they grow up like that, and then it's normal for them. And then they never know the difference. They actually never know the difference, really. They truly think that however they are is how other people are too. They project that everyone is a hypocrite just like them. So it's no big deal. No big deal to gaslight you and tell you it's your fault. Because it must be, because they think everything's their fault. So they say it must be your fault too. It must be all of our fault. We all live in shame. We all live in shame. We all live for our secrets. I'm like, all I want to do is be a good person. Okay? I want to be like Gilbert Grape. She's like, what do you want? He's like, to be a good person. It's what I want. It's no big deal to a normal person. Who gives a fuck? Anyone who says they want to be a good person is lying. Anyone who says they have nothing to hide clearly has something to hide, obviously, or else why would you say that? But when you feel like you're having something to hide your whole life and you're fucking ashamed of yourself, eventually you do say, what Chris Martin of Coldplay says, there's nothing here to hide from. eventually you do have to assert it, that there's nothing here to hide from. That this is fucking my Earth. It might be your Earth too, but it's at least also mine. That I belong here. I'm not just an alien. That I grew out of this Earth. That this Earth is good, and so am I. This Earth is perfect, and so am I. And to hell with people who say that's egotistical. Okay, fuck you. When people say that, well, we're all imperfect. They're just justifying their mistakes. They're saying, well, I have a get out of jail free card. I can make any mistake. They're like a religious person. They're to be feared. They're like, I just go to God. I just go to the priest and tell him my sins, and then I'm okay. I can do anything. I can kill people. I can rape people. I can destroy people's lives. I can lie. All I gotta do is just go to the priest and tell him. And I'm fine. Then my karma gets reset. Then I'm absolved of all responsibility. These are people to be feared. These are psychopaths. Fucking scary people. Fanatical people. They're like kids. They project onto God. They project God. God is a projection of their ego. God to them is like a parent. They're like, God's protecting me. I worry that Dance Girl is a fanatical Christian. She's a Christian fundamentalist. I'm like, I kind of get the sense by your personality that you're a Jesus freak, which means what? You like nailing people you like nailing naked guys to a cross and watching them die slowly, and that's what gets you off. Hey, it's a hot fantasy. Let me tell you, if a girl wanted to do that to me, I'd marry her. And I'm not joking. Some things are best left as fantasies. Some things that when they actually happen, you're like, oh, okay, this was a really hot fantasy, but in real life, it's actually not what I thought it was. You know? I love Arnie. Oh, I could play a really good retard. I used to do my retard characters to people. I had a woman on the phone for a good maybe 20 or 30 minutes, and I was doing one of my retarded voices. It was very endearing. When you genuinely pretend to be retarded, people treat you very good. I was like, forget what voice I did. I was like, I want to get some tree planting, like a book for trees. She's like, oh, you want like gardening? I was like, no, I want to get like, you know the people who go to the forest and they plant the trees and they got bitten by the bugs? You know, all the bugs, like they have all the mosquitoes, but it's in the forest. Like they get all the money, like they work in the summertime. And she's like, oh, like tree planting, like she figured it out. And I was like, I want a book, like I want to read a book about that. I'm a really endearing retard. Like I'm really good at it. And she was so helpful. I'm going through it with her. Like my friend Caitlin, she does it. She said that one of the people, they went and every time they plant a tree, they put a sticker on it so they know that you plant it. But he put his own sticker on other people's trees. He take off the other sticker and he make the stickers on his trees say that his tree is everybody's tree.
And then they find out and they make him walk on the bus in front of all the other Tweeplanters. And he has to look at all the other Tweeplanters who knew that he stole all the Twee money. Like, it's just, you can honestly make people treat you like 100 times better by being retarded. But I went into Mr. Sub once and I had like a fake seizure on the ground, like just to embarrass my mom. I was like, ugh, like, and I just started like flailing around on the ground, and then like, not even like it was a seizure, but like, just like going full retard basically. And the Mr. Sub guy is not the same people who own it now. He was like an Asian guy, and he was really fucking like a master. Like he was really sharp. And I'm like, like, I'm like fucking, I'm really going into it. And my mom is like, oh my fucking God. Like she's too embarrassed to stop me, because if she stops me, it's going to show him that I'm just faking it. And so she's actually playing along like it's real because she's too embarrassed to even say it's not real. And I'm laying on the floor by the window. And I'm like, I'm trying to get her to react. It was my favorite thing. She'd be watching TV, and I would just come on the fucking, I'd lay on the living room floor, and I go, and I would just keep doing that. And I'd try to get her to get angry. I'd be like, eventually this is going to make you mad. And, she'd be saying, stop. And I'd be like, I can't. And, I wanted to see, like, when's she going to blow up on me? And then, doing it at Mr. Sub, that took it to the next level. And then the funniest thing is, we're at the Freshco later, and my mom and I are walking by, and the Mr. Sub guy is there. And I'm like, yeah, it's awesome not being retarded, huh? Like, I'm just like, this is like a master. Like, this is a really fucking on the ball guy. And I'm like, what must he have thought? That all that was for him. It was all for him and my mom. I put on this show for them. Now, I really stole that from my friend Mike, who he used to always have seizures in the parking lot. He'd pretend like he was having seizures. And he was really bad. He would get these dollar bouncy balls. And remember that restaurant in the Fairview Park Mall? The high one, the Bay or something? Sierra, I think it was the Bay. They had a restaurant up top, and he'd whip these bouncy balls off the top of that place into the mall. And I mean, that was pretty dangerous. He'd do slam dancing too. Do you know what slam dancing is? My dad loved slam dancing. He would do that in the mall with people who didn't even see it coming. He'd be walking like double as fast as a normal person, and he'd smash into them from behind. And we were only like, grade 6, grade 5. So what can you do when a kid assaults you? You can't do anything back. That's why the scariest thing as a TI is when you see kids, because they can do anything. But when you're a kid and you're a TI, the scariest thing is adults, because they can do anything too. But anyway, that's kind of your revenge when you're that age, when you're a TI, I guess, that you can slam dance in the mall. So Mike would always have seizures in the parking lot. My neck kind of hurts. Yeah, I'd love to do some acid. That'd be great. I got some steak. I ate a lot of food today. Too expensive, It was fucking. I ate too much. I didn't even enjoy it. What I really wanted was dessert. I should have went to get some cookies. I have butter. I should have got some eggs, some vegan eggs, and I don't know. I just didn't want to go out. It's too much. The worst thing about it is being sexually assaulted by women. You wouldn't understand it at first. No offense to the women who make themselves available. For you, it doesn't count. But for the women who are like, I'm going to tease you and I'm never going to fuck you, it's like, you're the reason I'm going to get euthanized. It's too much. I'm like, I hope that the only thing you hate more than having sex with your man is when he tries to make you come too. I hope you cry yourself to sleep every night. Oh, but men are nasty too, you know? Yeah, ultimately, I like women. For every 5 women I like one man, I'd say. Women are way cooler than men. I love women way more. There's no comparison. I don't know how you feel about men as a woman. I'd be pretty disappointed. But you can't really blame men either. I mean, most men aren't even allowed to have sex, but most women are. That's not fair. Only 20% of men have sex and 80% of women have sex. That's why war exists. I miss that Mr. Sub guy. I'm a really good retard. I'm really fucking good. Especially before I had my eyelid tape and one of my eyes droops. I'm like, yep. Plus I got surgery on it, made it even worse. I'm like, yep, this is right. Okay, this is really fucking good. I could even cry as a retard. Making up a story. I mean, it's really fun. I did it with Din Venom's ex-pig. And she did it too. We had retard characters. Her name was Debbie Pizza, and my name was Oscar Lasagna. And I had this story about this guy named Thomas, who I was like, I was flying in class, and like, cause I was a bird, and Thomas said, fly away into the garbage. And I was telling this to Dim Adams' ex-pig, and I started crying right at that moment. Like, it was a long story, She's like, what's wrong? And I'm like, do you know Thomas? Yeah. I had like a long build up to it. And by the time I said it, I was actually literally crying. And then I burst out laughing. And she then told a story about how everyone threw shoes at her as her retard character, and she started crying too. And she showed me that she could method act just as well as I could. I was blown away by it. I couldn't believe it. I was like, you're incredible. Yeah. Maybe that subscriber was Dance Girl. That'd be really nice. Why do you think Dance Girl won't meet me? Do you think she will? I think she will. But I don't know. I sometimes worry. I sometimes wonder. Yeah. Well, it's a lot. You know, she's young. No offense to Dance Girl. But I mean, when you're 19, you're not dead inside yet. So things still matter a lot to you. Now, I'm one of those rare people. There's no age gap for me because I never died inside. So I'm still here. Normally, after someone is 19 is when they die. Around 20, that's when most people die inside. So I'm like a miracle over here. I know I say I'm dead inside all the time. I know. But what do you think? There's no age gap with my dad either. I was like, of course you don't own a TV. Obviously. Throw away your television. But I'm sad sometimes. Angry. Yeah, I have breakdowns. Maybe I am the same as normal people. I don't know. I think I was dead inside, really. I think I lasted until age 13. And then what brought me back was Osho. Oh, I was really fucked. I had found Osho before my dad. But my dad was the first living master I'd ever met. And Osho was the first I'd ever heard of. I had thought I had found masters like Alan Watts, Ram Dass, Tim Leary, Jed McKenna. Terence McKenna. But after a while I realized they're not. And Osho said the same thing. He said Tim Leary was a coward. He was right to give LSD to his students. And then after he got out of prison, he became a total coward and he started talking about going to the moon. You should have kept saying the same thing. Take acid and tune in and drop out. But that would have got him in trouble, so he stopped. Ram Dass was just a power-hungry, delusional person. He thought he had powers he didn't have. And Terence McKenna was probably the closest, but Alan Watts was the closest. Osho said about him that he'll make you think he's enlightened the most, but only once in a while he'll reveal he's not. You got to really pay attention to him for a long time, because everything he says is very intelligent, so he can fool you. But I could tell by his laugh that he's not. I could tell he has one of those bragging laughs. One of those, or when they close their eyes as they're ejaculating, they're thinking of themselves. One of those kind of people. One of those people who laughs loud at the restaurant so you can all hear their power. Well, I love the feeling of not having anything to hide. It's difficult. I think like you want to jack off. No, you don't. You want to jack off to porn. Okay, you can't do it. Well, just do it in your imagination. Dance girl won't know. Dance girl will never know. Just think of someone else in your imagination. She'll never know. I'm like, I don't want to hide anything. I want to feel like I'm a good person. I want to be true and right. Now, that's not to say monogamy is right, okay? Most people I like say monogamy is not right and it's completely fucked. But I'm at least giving it a try. I'm at least being who I say I am. But it's especially true about feeling like a pervert on so many levels. And I'm like, that wasn't what it looked like. And I didn't even realize myself. I remind myself of Zeph's daughter. That she just wanted to be loved. And she couldn't. She could only be with guys who abused her. Now, Osho says a masochist and a sadist find each other. And I'm like, am I really a masochist though? Or am I only thinking I'm a masochist because I've been feeling like a piece of shit my whole life? And now that I'm uncovering it, I'm like, I actually don't want to be abused. It actually doesn't turn me on. I want to be treated good. But I'm so weak. I'm so weak. I'm so fucking desperate. I'm like, I'll take being treated bad over nothing. Just don't leave. Okay, I won't even go get my pie. I'm like, Z-Bubs, don't say that. If someone treats you bad, if someone abandons you, good. You're worth more than that. If you were someone else, you would tell them the same thing, but you can't see it's true about yourself? Well, take the pain if you have to. Go get your pie. Let her decide how she treats you. And let it hurt you or let it make you feel happy. Whatever, if she treats you good, let her make you happy. If she treats you bad, let it make you feel sad. And that's not something you can control anyway. And you're not going to control it by hiding in your room and closing the blinds. Okay, that's not going to help you at all. So think about how much money you wasted today. Really? You wanted just a small dinner and then you wanted to have dessert after. You wanted to spend the rest of your day eating dessert. But instead you ate all your chicken, which wasn't even good because you weren't even hungry for it. Well, I mean, I'd make cookies. We have unsweetened chocolate. I've tried a lot. I made cookies a lot. I got a pretty good recipe. I won't tell you who, but I gave cookies to someone once, and I was really mental. I was really fucking nuts. And I said, I'm really sorry, but I actually forgot to wash my hands while I was eating these cookies. I don't know how dirty my hands were. Can you imagine if someone gives you cookies and then they tell you that? You'd think this person's fucking with me. And then they said, can I have one of your other cookies? And this was like 20 minutes later. Who knows what they've done with their hands? And they like mushed their hands all through my cookies. And I'm like, I'm mentally ill. I'm not saying this to fuck with you. I'm actually crazy. And you're like mushing your hands through my cookies. I still ate them. I was like, I still trust you. You trust me, I trust you. But I thought this person has a fucking complex or something. But again, you wouldn't really understand if someone's mental and they're feeling guilty and they're trying to apologize to everyone about everything. Trying to uncover why do people treat me so bad? Why do I feel so bad? It must be that cookie thing. But I mean, I was still figuring things out. Like, I worked at this camp, and there was this camper. He was a real asshole. His name is Dan. No offense, Dan. I mean, he's a nice enough guy. But I forget what I did, but he wouldn't wake up. And I poked him with his crutch. I don't know why he had crutches. Just lightly, just didn't wake him up. And he took the crutch and he stabbed me with it really hard. And I was like, ow, like that really hurts. Like, that was not proportionate at all. And then I contacted the camp and I said, can you find him and tell him I'm really sorry about doing that, about like touching him with the crutch? And, he lives far away. And then they're like, yeah, they're like, it's not really such a big deal. They're like, it's not really something that we'd find him and contact him for. I'm like, okay. And then I'm going for a walk on the trails and I'm like 99% sure I see him, that he's traveled from way out of town to come and find me and gang stalk me. And I'm thinking, why was I really doing this? I was doing this to figure out, are they going to send him? I'm figuring out how gang stalking works. But I see him, and he's like, he's one of those people, he says, I think, was that him or someone else? But he says, watch this. And he says to another camper, I'm pretty sure this was him. It may have been someone else, but I think this was him. or maybe it was two people, and he was gang stalking me, and two people did the same thing. He says to this other camper, he says, "What do you think of Iverson Jordans, the shoes?" And the other camper says, "Oh, I like them. They're really good." And he says, "I caught you lying. I just made that up. Iverson Jordans don't even exist." And he goes, "See, look, I just made him fucking lie." And I'm like, "Oh, you got him, Dan." And, Dan was adopted. And I made some joke, too, about, I'm probably doxing him here. "Suck my dick, Dan, you fucking faggot. And you fucking adopted faggot." And I'm like, we should go pretend like we're firefighters volunteering at the orphanage. And I didn't know he was adopted. And that, I think he got really offended. He was like, "Oh, like what? You can't say that. You can't fucking say that." And then when he stalked me, he was like, the mean laughter someone has? When they're like, "Oh, this will show you. This will show you." And I didn't even pay attention. I didn't even recognize him. I did recognize him, but only after the fact. I'm like, that was Dan. But he became really nice. When Louise was stalking me with a gun and a mask to hide her eyes, implying she's going to shoot my eyes out, and dancing, sadistically dancing, after presumably raping me, paying $27,000 for a red room, I was like just holding my own calmness. And then it seemed like she calmed down right as she was walking by me. And it was the same thing with Dan. It was like he got absorbed into my energy. It's like he became friendly all of a sudden. Well, if my YouTube channel gets deleted, I'm going to Rumble. Although I probably couldn't live stream there. Oh well. Oh well. Yeah, I don't think I'd want my channel deleted. But if anyone does delete it, I think any gay person would know that I don't actually judge you for being gay. I don't care at all if you're gay. And I tell you about all the gay experiences I've had in my life. So if anyone's like, "Oh, you're doing hate speech," I'd be like, "I don't think so." But it would suck to lose my channel. I mean, I don't even think you can make a new one. Could never live stream anymore. Dr. Morse got kicked off YouTube. I'm sure TSD will try to have it removed. That would be sad. Although I think you can live stream on Rumble, and I would try that. I'd try getting a new one. You could say a lot more stuff there. The true people would watch. I should see. Maybe I should delete this video. Oh yeah, you can, with few or no subs. You have to have at least 5 followers. That's awesome. I mean, the only people I'm talking, there are probably only about 10 people who I actually am talking to. But just so you know, if you're one of those people who I would be talking to if I knew who you were, but I don't know you, but you know that I would like who you are, if I ever get deleted off YouTube, just go to Rumble, and that's where I'll be. I'll be the same name, Zbubs. Well, poor Dan. Okay, I take it back. Dan was nice. Ultimately, when he stalked me, he was nice. So I take it back. Okay, I was being a showboat. Now I'm imagining Dan sucking my dick. How do you like my shave? Should I shave my pubes? That'd be cool. That'd be cool. It's difficult sometimes with this foreskin restoration device. Oh, well, talking about someone by their first name, I don't think that's a violation. Like when we had the group fucking therapy, I think talking about people by their first names was allowed, but you weren't supposed to identify like where they were from. And I never said the camp I worked at, so who gives a fuck anyway? There's probably a lot of Dans. What are they gonna do? Sue me? I don't have any money. I'm like Larry Fink. I got my money up in assets. And all my assets are in other people's names. Well, fucking no, that's calloused. That's calloused. Okay? I never think like that. If I was rich, I'd be living the same way I already live. Or in other words, I'm not a greedy shyster. I want to have linen. I want to have flannel. And that's it. All my clothes have to be made out of linen or flannel. Those are my only requirements. I want to have cookies. Yeah, I mean, the recipe for cookies, I'm going to ask Google AI. Butter and then psyllium husk. I'm going to get eggs, really. What I'd like is to get eggs. Sure, I could make a dessert with that. I don't know. Well, yeah, I mean, I want to make a pie. I want to make a chocolate pie. One thing I can never get right is pie crusts. Can you make a pie crust? Or can your mom or your grandma? Or, your daughter? I can't make or your son or your dad? I can't make, or your brother or you? I can't make a pie crust. I've tried. I've fucking tried. I can't do it. And I don't like those graham cracker crusts. I want the real crust. And I can't fucking do it. I've tried. But what am I gonna get? Cool Whip. Here's my method. Here was my best method, and it was terrible. You know those big chocolate bars by President's Choice? They're in gold wrapper. They're really big. They're like 400 grams. They had one of those on sale, or I don't know if it's 400, but it's really big. They had one of those on sale for $5. Regular like $8.99 or something. And so I mixed the entire thing with a tub of Cool Whip, a vegan Cool Whip. And that's my pie filling. And I put that in a pie crust. I burn the chocolate slightly, and it's way too chocolatey, and it's not sweet enough at all. And the whole thing is just garbage. And I'm spending all this extra money and all this extra chocolate. And I have no idea that ChatGPT would say that's way too much chocolate. Okay, I'm just guessing the ratios. I don't even know about Google AI at that point, or ChatGPT. And that would tell you how much you're supposed to actually put in. So right now, if I make a pie, I'm gonna get, do you know how much a pie crust costs at Zehrs? Like $8.50 or something for 2 crusts? Or more, it's like $12. I can't remember, but it's really expensive. Whereas at Food Basics for a graham cracker crust, it's like $2.50 for one. But those aren't even the good ones. I want the expensive ones, but those are also not vegan. I don't even know if they have vegan pie crusts at Zehrs, and I doubt that they have them at Freshco or Food Basics. Now, by saying Freshco, did I just give TSD an erection and he's going to be hunting me tomorrow? I don't know, I heard an audio hallucination coming from his direction when I said that. But what I'd like is a real pie crust, an official pie crust, and eggs. I'd like eggs in the filling. I'd like to mix eggs and chocolate. I mean, how would you make a chocolate pie? I should Google it. So I'm going to kind of prompt it a little bit. I'm going to say I have just eggs, vegan eggs. Nam San. And Cool Whip, all vegan. I want to make a chocolate pie. Any ideas? Are these even the ingredients I'd need? The other thing I could do is culture some vegan milk, but we don't have any probiotics. It says you can absolutely make a killer vegan chocolate pie. I don't like that it said that. Okay, but the dynamic duo of just egg and Cool Whip isn't enough. You have fluff and a binder, but you're missing the core blocks, the actual chocolate flavor, cocoa powder. Yeah, I would assume that we would add the chocolate as well. Here's what you need. The frozen mousse pie. Melt the vegan chocolate, let it cool for a minute so it doesn't melt the whipped topping, and then gently fold your vegan Cool Whip into it. Pour it into a crust and freeze it. It sets up into a rich, velvety chocolate mousse pie. Using the baked chocolate custard route, using the just egg. If you want a dense baked chocolate pie similar to a southern chess pie or a baked chocolate custard, you can use the just egg, but you'll need a few more baking staples. What you need to add: a pie crust, sugar, cocoa powder, a melted chocolate, a splash of plant milk. How do you do it? Whisk the just egg. So what ingredients, and proportions? I said what ingrained. I hope it knows that's ingredients. Here are the proportions. 1 unbaked pie crust, 3/4 cup just egg, 1.5 cups granulated. We don't have sugar, but 1.5 cups of granulated sugar. I mean, I could make a vegan pie tomorrow. That'd be good. 1/4 cup unsweetened cocoa powder for that rich chocolate base. 1/3 a cup of vegan butter. Yeah, we have that. I'd have to go to Bulk Barn for the cocoa powder. 1/4 cup of plant milk. I have to see Bill Gates. I call that woman Bill Gates. I like her. 1 teaspoon of vanilla extract. Although she may have called me sir a bunch too many times. People know I don't like being called sir, so they call me that. Anything I don't like, there's a lot of people who do it. And the funny thing is it's a lot of times a certain type of person. I'm like, I think this goes beyond gang stalking. Can you hear me? I mean, literally, is the microphone working? I don't know. 1 tub vegan Cool Whip. Ooh, I didn't know that would be in there. 1/4 cup of, wow, yeah. Cup to fridge. Yeah, that'd be good. That'd be really good. But we have chocolate here. I might not need to go to fucking Bulk Barn. I have to pee. I don't want to go. Poor Marcel, he has these muscle spasms. He cries in pain from it. I have muscle spasms too. And it really, really hurts. It happens when I reach behind or something, do a rusty trombone, I fucking kick my foot up, or I overextend my leg or something, and I push my muscles too hard and they freeze up and they contract way too hard, and it hurts so badly. And I'm just like, oh. I'm like, I wonder if the people watching even know what's happening right now. Isn't it funny though? If people are watching the people watching you, how funny that is. You're like, I'm a handler, I get to do anything. And then you find out that people are watching you watch someone else who you're claiming to hate. And then they see that you're watching for pleasure. Or you're claiming to be indifferent to. It's like, I don't think so. I think you love me. Well, you don't want John Wayne Gacy loving you. So it's not so flattering depending on who. But I wish I had some ice cream or some cookies. Oh, I don't want to, I'm almost thinking of eating my steak. Oh, that'd be a huge mistake. I miss steak. Hey, I know it's a long silent pause, okay? I know it doesn't do much for the algorithm. Are you still here, Dance Girl? Do you want to know something, Dance Girl? There was a time I was on acid, and I was saying hello to everyone. Hello, Dance Girl's grandpa. Hello, I was saying hi, and I said, and Dance Girl. And I couldn't have said it with that kind of tone if I wasn't on acid. I said it in a very particular way that you can't fake. And I thought you would have thought, oh my God, the way he said my name was perfect. And I love him. I really thought you would have thought that. And I was only able to say that because I was high. But now I can say it, not exactly, like that, but I can say it pretty good. I always had wondered what I'd call you after I figured out your name. I was like, it's going to be Dance Girl forever. I mean, I've given names to everyone. C-Bubs, H-Bubs, Bubs. That's Topher. Topher is the original Bubs. Richard. Todd's name, Todd's name, I changed his name to Richard. I need to tell you, fuck boy. Very fresh. Very fresh. I need to tell you. Very big. I'd tell him he's very big because he had issues. He'd be angry when a mouse would run away from him. He'd be torturing a mouse to death. He'd be furious. He'd be laying there watching it in the corner of his eye like he was moved on to other things. He'd be thinking, this mouse is a Houdini. This is the Houdini of mice. This is no ordinary mouse. But I can catch this mouse. No one else could. I'll let him think he can get away. And then when it would try, he'd get really mad. And I would watch these animals die with boners, just like Osho says. So I'd tell Todd, you have mental problems. Okay, I would stop him from killing these little baby rabbits and chipmunks, and a rabbit that was probably like 8 pounds, like the biggest rabbit I had seen. He gutted it. And I was like, you have size issues. You're trying to prove you're the big man on campus. So I tried to help his self-esteem. I'd say, you're the big. Ooh, very big, extremely big. Ooh, extremely zinc, extremely fresh. I mean, we had this one friend. His dick was like this thick and this long. It was like a can of tuna. And he'd walk naked and it'd bounce. It was pink and it'd bounce with each step. And he was very fervently gay. And he would walk. We had this apartment on the Square Lakes in Copenhagen. And it was a big apartment. It was probably 10 grand a month or more. And he would walk from one side of it to the next, which was like along maybe like 200 feet or something. And he'd walk naked, holding his towel with his dick vibrating, bouncing with each step, with his pink salmon. And Travis and I remarked how he could fit a dick inside his mouth without opening his lips, because his lips were so big. We called them his DSLs, his PM DSLs, his puffy mouth dick sucking lips, as opposed to his bussy lips. And he'd say, Zick, you owe me 100 krona. Zick, Zeke, Zeke. That's how he called it. He'd go, Zeke. He was like a cook or something. And he'd always be telling me how to cook. And Travis was like, I can't stand this guy. He's like, this guy offered me food. I didn't even take it because I didn't want to feel like I owe him anything. And we had this party once. And he was decorating it. And he had gotten decorations for it. And then he wanted money from everyone for getting the decorations, which was cool. Like we all, like that was okay. But just the way he said it, he's like, Zeke, 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 what? That's, oh, he was big too. He was like, this is how he sounded. What? Zeke, what? Zeke, Zeke, what? And so Travis and I would just be constantly doing imitations of him. Zeke, what? You owe me 100 krona. Zeke, what? And then that reminds me of barking. Like, do you remember how I said Tyler, our friend Tyler, tried to kill himself? Apparently, that was just a call. That was just a cry for help. And then we kept his suicide note, and we would read it as Great Danes. We go, roof, 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 roof. And we would read literally the entire note, back and forth, pretending we were Great Danes. Or like some other kind of dog, but, mainly Great Danes. Like, this is how insane we were. And then he comes back years later, and he sees that we still have a suicide note. And he's like, he's furious. He's like, why do you have that? You're making mockery. And we're like, well, Tyler, you didn't really try and kill yourself. You just caused a big scene like a drama queen. And your whole note was pretentious. So we read it like we're Great Danes. Kind of ridiculous to hold your own death over someone's head. Try and guilt someone. Anyway, you guys better treat me better or I'm going to kill myself. Yeah, I told you. Okay, I'm in a bad mood tonight. Don't trust what I say. Okay, I'm not in a good mood. I'm not in a good place. Sometimes it catches up to you how real it is out here on these streets. You know, it seems goofy. You know, some guy's like, yeah, I'm putting shit in your food and I'm going to kill you and paralyze you. And he's telling you that 100 times a day. And then you're like, he can actually break into my house. He's actually almost killed my family and I. Or, you know, depending on the skill of our driving. But I mean, things that are, but I mean, yeah, like really scary things. You know? There have been times on the highway where it's been so, like, extremely traumatizing. You know, sometimes it's pretty real when you've actually heard your mom puking all night, or you've been, you know, there's like fucking black goo all over your fridge, and you're like, what am I gonna do? Throw out every grocery in the whole house? And there's nothing you can do, no one you can call, and the same people poisoning you, they're telling you, we're putting poo in your food, we're putting dog feces in your food with scent blockers. Nothing you can do. And we're raping you in your sleep. What do you think about that? Nothing you can do. You like seeing your mom get raped? Pretty funny, isn't it? You like almost dying in a car accident? Pretty funny, isn't it? You like watching your family eat shit and getting raped and almost getting killed? Pretty funny, isn't it? I bet you like it, don't you? Who are you going to call? Who are you going to call? The police? You want to get put on fucking SSRIs and get shock treatment? That's pretty funny, right? Do you remember when we fucked you up when you were a kid? Pretty funny, isn't it? We're going to call you a pedophile. We fucked you when you were a kid. We're going to break the fourth wall. All these fucking idiot gang stalkers who we hire, they think you're actually guilty. And they're going to fucking kill you. Isn't it funny? You're going to hold your head in shame when you walk around and everyone's spitting in your food? You can't go to a restaurant? Pretty funny, right? And then when you try and kill yourself, we're going to be laughing outside your window, telling you how much money we're going to get for it. We're going to get a new car for it. We're going to get a nice new car if you kill yourself. Okay, every girl we send you, she's going to be fake. We're going to have girls rape you. We're going to have girls try and rape you and give you STDs. We're going to have people rape you. What do you think? We're going to have guys and girls rape you. Break your heart. Right when you trust a girl, turns out she's a fake. Turns out she's just fucking with you to ruin you. Yeah, on some level, it's like, yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. It's so ridiculous and cheesy. Someone's like, oh, I'm going to make you eat poo. I'm going to make you eat cum. You're going to wake up with a stretched ass with piss all over your bed. Pretty funny. And after a while, it's like, yeah, you're right, I should die. You're right. Like, yeah, you've taken away my life. You're using violence. You've kidnapped me, and you're using violence to force me to kill myself, and that's murder. And you're murdering me, and you got me. And you're right. There's no one I can call, and there's nothing I can do. You're totally right. And my only option is to say a prayer and hope I can die well. And that's the only option I have. And that's what you left me. That's what you gave me. And yeah, you're right. It's really sad, and it makes me cry. It makes me scared, and it makes me angry. It makes me wish I could get back at you so bad, and I can't, and I'm helpless, just like you say. You're exactly right. You win. You totally win. You're the one who's in control. You win. You can kill my cat. You can kill the only friend I have when I have no friends and family, and I only have my cat. You can kill my cat. You can make me worry. I'll go sit outside all night calling him because I'm scared of that you kidnapped him. You can kidnap my cat, and you can put chemicals on his head that smell like flammable. So you could threaten me to burn my cat. And you can remind me all the cats in my neighborhood who had their legs cut off and their heads cut off and who were tortured and left sitting out in the fucking streets. You can make me scared. And you can do whatever you want. You can make me whatever you want me to feel, you can do. Because you've taken ownership over my body. And I have no power over you. And you have every power over me. And it's not fair, and I'm real mad, just like you want me to be. And I wish I could get you back, and I can't. And I feel helpless, just like you want me to be. And you totally win. And I'll die resentfully. I'll go get put down. I'll be scared. I'll feel guilty. I'll feel like it's my fault. I'll be terrified. I'll be thinking I wasn't ever supposed to go out like this. Like I have so much more years left on my body, but I have to die young. And I have to try and find some sleeping pills and a fucking belt. Have to use the belt my grandma gave me for my birthday. And the fucking coat hanger. The fucking clothes hanger she gave me. And it's really sad. And even when I want a moment of privacy, to do that on my own, to have a moment of just reflecting on my life, you'll be there outside laughing, going, it's us who killed you. Remember, it's us. Don't you feel like you wish you could get back at us? Tell us how mad you are. We want to see how mad you are. We want you to cry. We want you to cry scared. We want you to be scared. What we want really is we want to see how scared you are. Okay, you're like fetal rocking. You're rocking like a fetus in your closet. Rocking back and forth, traumatized. Okay, we love that. That's hilarious. We only wish you'd hurt yourself more. We wish you'd cut yourself deeper. We wish you'd choke. Okay, we want to get your insurance money. We steal all your jewelry, all the things you have from ex-girlfriends. We stole it all the private things you have, your Nerf gun that you had with your ex-pig, we'll steal that. The rings you had, or what, the cologne you had, the phone you had with your first love, we'll steal that phone. We'll steal anything that ever meant anything to you. Your best painting that you did, your favorite painting you ever made, we'll steal it. We'll take everything from you. And we'll take your life, and we'll degrade you in the process. And it's like, it's so cartoonishly evil that you think it's, who would ever pay attention to this? But when you're kidnapped by it, when you actually have an insane sodomite who has bought you as a slave, you're actually a sex slave for a perverted, insane retard. It's no joke. It's no joke after you live with it for long enough. It's like, it's not a joke. Like, it's like, you really have taken everything. You've taken my pussy, you've taken my money, you've taken my security, you've taken my value in society, you've taken my dignity. I can't even support myself. I'm at the mercy of people. I'm living at home like a mama's boy. I can't even go outside without being harassed. I can't even go to a restaurant. You've taken absolutely everything from me. And then you're telling me by the side, and secretly we know that we're just doing it to masturbate to you. Secretly we know we're lying. Doesn't it make you mad? Doesn't it make you so mad? I'm like, yeah, I already told you. Anything you say, you win. I've already told you. I don't know what else you want. I'm doing what you say now. I'm trying to kill myself, just like you say. I don't know why you're still punishing me. And then suddenly, you get a handler looking out for you, and it's like, it's cool. Yeah, we're cool. Everything's cool. Suddenly you're out of Shawshank. You're literally getting raped by the sisters and Warden Norton. Suddenly life is normal again. But you know at that point that everyone will turn on you. But you also know that you have a few select people who, even though they would and they did turn on you, once you won them back, that now they won't turn on you. Because do you remember when Hank Schrader found out that Heisenberg was Walt and he had a panic attack? But then Maurice says, you need to go to therapy because what if you have another one? And he says, I won't have another one. I guarantee I won't. And he was right, because once he knew that Heisenberg was Walt, he could only figure that out once. So he couldn't have another panic attack because he's already used to it at that point. So it's the same way with certain people. Once they have the veil uncovered, once the wool is pulled over out from under their eyes and they can see, you know, they're not going to betray you because they only betrayed you, so-called, apparently, the first time because of a misunderstanding. But once they see it, then you have them. So then you really have them. So I have a handful of people who I feel very sure that they're never going to betray me ever again. And that even the first time they did, it wasn't a true betrayal. And I value them very much. Some people would say, I'll never forgive you. And I did that. I said, I'll never talk to you again. When you're dying, I won't visit you. And when you're dead, I won't go to your funeral. And the only reason I talk to you is because I need you. Otherwise, I'd never talk to you ever. And there are a lot of TIs like that. They just fuck off from their whole family. They don't talk to anyone. They get a job. They go to the gym. They don't masturbate. They don't do drugs. They don't drink alcohol. They don't do anything that makes them weak. And they become hard as fuck. You know, one of those guys, his name is Helm. Helm. And, you know, he's pretty cool. Another one name is OneSearch. And, you know, they're really cool. Ochu 1981. He's really cool too. And, but I'm like Eric Cartman. I'm like, no, I'll make friends with the most powerful gang stalkers I can find. I'm not fucking off from society. Like, fuck that, you know? Like, I'll just find allies. And I don't want to be homeless. I don't want to have to work a fucking job. And, you know, so I'm retired. But I get lucky. Well, have you ever seen the movie I Am Legend? And at the very end of it, that woman, she's like, God will give me away. And he's like, God doesn't exist. In case you can't tell, we're being eaten by zombies, and God is not intervening. And she's like, yeah, I know you think that, but God will give me away. And so she keeps trying. And I got lucky. Okay, I don't know what happened. I don't know if my dad helped me. My feeling is my mom's boyfriend helped me, who wouldn't have helped me if my mom didn't ask. My feeling is my mom and I were gang stalked since we were born, and my mom became a gang stalker in the last 5 years without even knowing that she's a TI. But then again, she was always trying to get me to take meds like 10 years ago. She may have been a gang stalker for a long time, or even the whole time. But my feeling is my mom is a gang stalker, and she's also a TI. And she is friends, or her boyfriend, I would guess, is a very powerful gang stalker, is a handler, or he knows someone who is. And it was just by that, that I had my handler targeted. So now he can still do harm, but he can't do that much harm. And, you know, and if he's targeted, he wouldn't know, but he'd find out. And fucking, if I hadn't won over my family, which was extremely hard to do, then I wouldn't have been helped by my mom's boyfriend or someone in their family, because they're quite rich. So, you know, would Travis, Travis has unlimited money. Travis is extreme rich. My dad is also not rich, but if he needs money, he can get it. But he'd have to have a reason for it. And I don't know if he helped me, but he may have helped me too. He may have helped me in different ways. And then also there's just the general gang stalkers. A lot of times, you know, there's a gang stalker who doesn't really know what's happening, and they have to hear your side of the story because they have their own, what's the word? Discrepancy or something? Discernment. They can choose their own way they treat you. they have the authority to treat you good or treat you bad. And so if you can appeal to the general audience of gang stalkers, you can get them on your side, so that when they stalk you, they'll stalk you more as a friend. Like, they'll help you if they can, and it's like it changes the meaning of it. You know, I always remember this one guy at the shortstop, and it was raining, and I was walking home with a pizza and a heavy bike, pushing my e-bike that had the battery died, my old big heavy one. And my pizza was getting ruined, and I went in looking for bags, and there was no bags. And he said, give him one of the ones from under the garbage. And he saved my whole pizza. And he said, isn't this guy a gentleman? And he was talking about me. And of course I thought he's placating me. I'm thinking of all the incriminating things, so-called, that I said on the internet. But then I'm thinking, if he really understood the full context, he would be saying that. But I had given up on anyone understanding the full context. I thought there's no one who would dig that far back into the records of what triggered this. Supposing I did something, supposing I said something, looks pretty bad. Well, what would be my reason for doing that? Does anyone ever say that Kayla rescued her dog? No, people just say, what a trailer trash bitch. She just doesn't even know how to raise her fucking dog. Why would she get a fucking dog? Idiot bitch. No one would ever say, she rescued it from someone who was high on drugs. No one would ever say, if I say something that sounds fucked up, that I'm saying it to incriminate someone who's trying to fucking kill me. Someone who's putting shit in my food. That whatever I say, they mirror it back. And I'm seeing what happens when I say this, because this is going to get a reaction. No one would ever fucking care. They just go, oh, we got him, because they like looking for the villain. And so I feel placated. This gang stalker, he's like, look at this guy, isn't he a gentleman? And then he goes, give him one of the garbage bags from under your garbage by your till. And the guy at the shortstop, he does. He goes, okay, here, and he gives me a bag. And it saves my whole fucking pizza. And it saves my camera, too. Which I know a GoPro is waterproof, but when you have it in your media mod, it's not. So I needed that. Or I had something, I don't know, I think it was my GoPro, but I had some electronics. But it meant a lot, when someone's like, and to some extent Joanne too. I know Joanne was reading all the things I was writing, and she was still my friend the whole time. I remember that. I remember that, Joanne. When no one had my back, you were there. I remember that. Now, as it turns out, you're a real tease, but still. Know what I'm saying? I don't think you saw it that way. Oh, I'd love to jack off. But I wouldn't. It's really better not to. It really is. Do it the hard way. Life gets better, really, if you don't spend your sexual energy until there's a moment where actually it's very special. Your life gets much better. Even though it's harder, it's much better. So no, I wouldn't waste my sex energy at this point. My entire personality gets better the longer I keep my energy. And then if I include coryza, that'll be something. So far, when I don't jack for a while and then I do, it takes me like 5 seconds to come. Mind you, I'm trying to come as fast as I can. Okay, the last thing I'm trying to do is prolong it. But if the moment calls for prolonging it, then that would be something. But I mean, by the time it takes you 5 seconds to come, could you imagine how your entire life is like sex? It's like, you become so sexual that it's like everything you do is foreplay. Eventually I would close my eyes and I'd start to have an orgasm. I was like, I've always wanted this. I was always jealous of Tyler when he'd start coming in his pants when he'd about to be taking a girl to bed. I was like, I've tried so hard to do hands-free ejaculations. And I saw one guy do a flaccid hands-free. I was like, oh my God, how do you do it? He had a ton of foreskin. Well, I'm feeling better. I'm glad we had this talk. Again, I'm sorry for being negative earlier. I hope you can tell I appreciate you more than what I was making it out to be earlier. I think you can. I warned you. I said, don't listen to me. I'm really negative. I'm really depressed right now. And I'm in the mood to harm. I want to harm people right now. And now I don't feel like that. Now I don't have any enemies. Well, if a spoofed phone call came right now, I'd probably start thinking only negative thoughts if I'd get depressed about it, only if I had a corollary a thought of, and I guess no one likes me, which is not true. But if I went into a negative diatribe, then I'd start thinking, yeah, no one likes me and this call just confirms it. And now there's just a revving car outside. Oh, it's that quick. Literally, if I say, oh, I'd hate to get a phone call right now, but they can't call because it's too late, it would take them only 20 seconds to have a car rev outside. They have cars patrolling constantly. Literally, if I were to go outside, they could have a car there within 20 seconds. They have constant patrol. So much so that if you talk about it, it looks crazy. You're like, oh, I just talked about that, and now they're honking outside. To a normal person, they're like, yeah, right. You're saying that there's literally people patrolling 24/7? Yeah? Yeah? Why else do you think everyone's getting poor? This is a black bag budget. This is trillions of dollars. What's the point of gang stalking? To make the entire society bankrupt. To spend all the money on useless tasks that are destructive as well. No offense to gang stalkers, okay? Most of the people I'm talking to here are gang stalkers. And if you weren't gang stalkers, I'd still be talking to you. Like, if gang stalk, most of the people I like are gang stalkers. It's the state of the world. It's really really you'd go to the head of the snake, which is fucking, I don't know who, fucking whoever funds the CIA. It's probably people we know. It's probably Les Wexner, Larry Fink, George Soros. Their circles. If I had money, nothing would change. I'd still live at home with my mom. I would. I don't like living alone. I don't think I'd get another pet. That was too worrisome. I worried about Todd all the time. They were always threatening him. I always worried for him. When he died, I was so relieved. I put his ear up my nose after he was dead. I said, well, see you later, Richard. And I came home and listened to music. I couldn't believe he died. It happened so fast. I never expected it. Something happened to him about a year before he died. And then he never meowed again. He must have had a stroke or something. It happened overnight. And he had shit all over him the next day. And he was a very hygienic cat. Well, he had eaten some gravy. But he had always been eating gravy. He was always eating my food. But maybe he ate too much. I don't know. I like to think no one killed him. He did a lot of twitching the week before he died. He had never done that before. It doesn't matter. I could just weep. I don't let myself go there, though. My mom showed me a picture of him. You know, I look away. I looked at him tonight. I don't normally look at him. They had people stopping on the way to the vet to stop us, laughing at us, walking in front of our car, honking their horns to scare him while he's drowning. I thought, how are you going to say that I'm, deserving to die, and then tell me a cat does too? I mean, what kind of What kind of person are you? And here I am feeling guilty and like it's my fault. Because you're telling me that. Which, of course, you'd say, well, if it's not your fault and someone tells you it is, so you just know it's not. Yeah, but try when someone tells you, well, punching you in the head over and over, threatening to kill you, drugging you, false diagnosing you, putting you on meds that fuck your brain up, give you a stroke, terrorizing you, putting you in a state of post-traumatic shock, regressing you literally to the state of a child, and then telling you, yeah, it's all your fault. And we'll get anyone who you trust, we'll get them to tell it to you. I'm like, Todd is God. You killed Todd. Even if you didn't kill him, you're prolonging his suffering and laughing about that. That was a wake-up call for me. I was like, none of this shit is your fault. Do you hear me, son? I'm like, fuck you. I'm like, it's not your fault. Look at me, it's not your fault. I'm like, fuck you. Stop fucking with me. I'm like, you don't get it. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. Richard was very big, very fresh. He'd be laying on me right now. He'd be laying right on my chest with his ear up my nose. He was very fresh. My mom would say, Troy, treat her. Well, tomorrow I'm going to wake up and see someone with a wheelchair outside, someone threatening to kill my family, someone telling me I'm going to have to eat shit, and I'm going to see that 200 times. I'm going to get a phone call with something about children, something about candy being poisoned, and you know, maybe I won't get a phone call, who knows. But the state I'm in right now, I'm very immune. I feel like not in a mood to harm. I feel very balanced. I feel like I have you on my side. And I'm not just talking to Dance Girl. I'm talking to the audience of friends who have joined my cult. Okay, not really. The audience of friends. I feel like you understand me. I feel like, walk with me. And you're like, I already am. I'm like, walk with me. Okay? I feel like you're with me here. I feel like whatever, I know you get it, but just let me continue on and be dramatic. I feel like whatever wavelength I'm on, that you're on the same wavelength. And however I feel right now, that you feel that way too. And you can tell that I love you, and that I trust you, and that it goes both ways, and that we're together, and that you feel heard, that you feel like I'm listening to you, and I also feel like you're listening to me. And this sense of love and friendship brings me warmth in this cold, fucked up world, that we're immune, that we're in our own group here, where it's nice. We got the nice group here, and everything's okay. Tomorrow when I wake up, I'm not going to feel like that. I'm going to be like, fuck everything. I want to get euthanized, and fuck you for not helping me. You fucking prick. And, you know, and fuck you, this person, and fuck you, that person. And I'm not, I wish the version of myself I am right now that I could keep it, but I can't. It usually happens that in the morning, I'm not a morning person. I always say, I'm sorry for what I said in the morning. Okay, it takes me a little while for Stella to get her groove back. And that's a movie, okay? That's nothing towards Stella. So, fucking, it's nice while I have it. I mean, I'm cherishing this moment so much that I've had to pee for like 30 minutes and I've not been doing that. And I really ought to. I really have to go pee. And really, I wish I had some cookies. Okay, I don't want to eat steak. I'm not in the mood for steak. I'm in the mood for sweets. We don't even have sugar in our house. We only have maple syrup. I'm going to have to buy sugar. Oh, I'll buy brown sugar. Oh, no, I'm not going to put white sugar in my cookies. Yeah, I'll do half and half. But you know what? I really like brown sugar. I really fucking like it. And some people say that brown sugar is just white sugar with molasses in it. But if I make cookies, am I going to make cookies and pie? I could. I mean, the main expense is the eggs. You know how much eggs cost for vegans? $12 for the equivalent of less than a carton of eggs. It's too much. And it's not expensive to make. You can make homemade eggs just the same. Homemade vegan eggs, it's just mung bean powder and white salt or white pepper or something. Tastes like sulfur. You can get it at the Asian store. I wonder if anyone from Ben 10 watches. That'd be cool. I'm so happy I got another subscriber. I normally don't look. But I want to lose this double chin. I want to start eating healthy again. Oh, I'd set a very strict goal. I'd say just do it for 1 month, okay? 1 month. And count on it working, that you're going to get out your mucoid plaque. Count on it working. But you have to do it right. You have to do like 7 liters of water a day. You have to do 7 liters of water a day. You have to do at least 15 apples a day. At least 1,000 to 1,200 calories a day of fruit. No lettuce, pure fruit. Watermelon, apples, berries. I mean, mangoes, doesn't matter what, but just get 1,000 to 1,200 calories a day, drink 7 liters of water a day, and count on your mucoid plaque is going to come out. And it's so fucking hard to do that. But once you do that, you can get so fucking shredded, you have no idea. You're going to cure your malabsorption. Then you're never going to have to drink water again. You might have to drink a glass a day, but not more than that. You'll never have to worry about having to go pee all the time again. You'll never have to worry about waking up in the middle of the night to pee again. This is not natural. You're not supposed to wake up to pee in the night. The older you get, the more you're going to have to do it. Why? Because you have, 100 meals stuck in your belly. Every meal of cooked food you eat, somewhere in your lower small intestines, a fraction of a gram, just a single crumb, gets caught somewhere. Every meal you eat. Over the years, that turns into like 10 or 20 pounds of excess Palumboism. Like the bodybuilder Christopher Palumbo. Why do these bodybuilders have big distended guts, even though you can see their abs and they have no fat? Why do their guts stick out so much? That's all the cooked food stuck inside their belly. Gross as fuck. They have like 20 years old food stuck in their belly. Everyone who eats cooked food has this. That's why if you get a pill endoscopy, I don't know what they're called, but if you swallow a pill with a camera inside of it that goes through your entire intestines, and then you shit it out and you give it to the doctor and the doctor takes the footage of it, it's illegal for you to have that footage. Because what it'll show is that you have your entire small intestines are coated in shit. You're not supposed to know that. You're not allowed to know that. So the footage you'll get will just be a minute or two long. And it'll just be a combination of here and there where it's clean. They'll just show you the clean parts. And doctors have this written into their contracts that they're allowed to lie to you if it's for your own good. If it's to keep the peace. Now, of course, if you realize your guts are full of shit, if your small intestines are full of shit, just like your colon, now it would be a logical inference if your colon is full of shit, then your intestines would too. But they say no, because there's this cleaning mechanism that happens in your small intestine that doesn't happen in your large intestine. But if you knew that you had shit in your small intestine, if your entire guts were full of shit, then you would make the inference that your cells are full of shit too. And between your cells, inside and between your cells are full of shit, which they are. Which disease doesn't exist. But what you call disease is that. When you have cancer, it's that shit suffocating your cells. And what happens when you suffocate a guy? He ejaculates. The same thing happens with your cells. They multiply too fast when they're suffocating. And that's what you call cancer. It should be obvious that cooking food turns it to glue as it sticks to your pots and pans. That cooking starch literally is glue. You're literally eating glue. That no species on Earth cooks its food, and every species has a species-specific diet. But no, you could be Richard Feynman or Einstein. You wouldn't think of that, would you? No, because an intellectual has no common sense. A scholar has no common sense. A scholar is not intelligent. I gotta pee. I really gotta fucking pee. Yeah, I got a fucking hot body. I really fucking do. I never knew it, but I fucking do. I'm like, yeah, hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. I never saw it till all these fucking women are like, you know, oh, Z-Bubs. I'm like, yeah, I never saw it. Even when they tell me, you know, I'd be like, yeah, right. And Travis had the same. Travis is super hot, and he's like, yeah, I think I'm ugly. I'm like, you're so beautiful, man. Hello. 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 Feel like this might be, let's see, there, there. We got the cheap microphone now. I worry this other one's running out of batteries. Might turn the light off. It's gonna be audio only now. Unless you want to see my. Do you want to see me or not? Do you think I should get a boner? Is that allowed on YouTube? Have a boner through your pants? Well, you know, the thing about having a healthy diet is it saves your teeth. And I really fucked my teeth up by drinking Coca-Cola for so long. And my neck hurts. I don't know what happened. If I burned my skin, if I have a pimple here, an ingrown hair, it fucking hurts. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. You need to sing Sarah McLachlan right now. Really? Yep. Yeah, you do. Okay, whatever you say. You need to sing the song Witness by Sarah McLachlan. And I know you've sang it before. But not with your new singing voice. Everything's different now that you have your new singing voice. Oh, I just took off my headphones. I feel so naked. I feel so completely naked. Okay, here we go. Okay, you're gonna sing it like this. You're gonna sing it laying down, which is hard to do. Make me a witness. Take me out of darkness, out of doubt. I won't weigh you down with good intention. We'll make fire out of clay. Other inventions. We burn in heaven like we do down here. Will the change come? Well, we're waiting. Everyone is waiting. And when we're done, soul searching, and we carry the weight and died for the cause. Is misery made beautiful right before our eyes?
burn in heaven like we do down here? Will the change come while we're waiting? Everyone is waiting on a dumb soul searching, and we carry the weight and die for the cause. Is misery made beautiful right before our eyes? Mercy be revealed, blind us where we stand. Will we burn in heaven like we do down here? Will the change come while we're waiting? Everyone is waiting. Oh.
Ah.
Something about the way you move, I love the way you move. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. When you work it out, I'm worse than you. And yeah, you work it out, I wanted to. And yeah, when you work out where to draw the line, you guess. Yeah, when you work out where to draw the line, your guess is as good as mine, yeah. When you work it out, I wanted to. And yeah, when you work it out, I'm worse than you. Yeah, when you work out where to draw the line, your guess is as good as mine. Where do we go to fall from grace? Don't ever say you're on your way downwind. God give me style and give me grace. God put a smile upon your face, yeah. And yeah, when you work it out, I'm worse than you. And yeah, when you work it out, I wanted to. And yeah, when you work out where to draw the line, your guess is as good as mine. Where do we go? Nobody knows. I gotta say I wasted all your time, honey, honey. God give me style and give me grace. God put a smile upon my face, yeah, yeah, yeah. When you work it out, Thank you very much. I'll be here all night. I'm really happy you're here. But then again, I just made that up. I'm actually super happy you're here. I'm actually super happy that you're here, and I'm happy that I have your ear. If you weren't ever near, I would always start to fear. I'd have to turn to drugs and beer. I'd have to say, where's my dear? I really want you all the time, and I think I'd like to rhyme, so you know I'm really smart, and I'm not just a part of another world that distracts me from having a word to say besides fart. Because rapping is my art. No, my art is having a hot. Never mind. Making augmented chords. What do you think of that? Oh, you know what my favorite song is? I'm gonna sing my favorite song here. Oh, I really like this one. This one I really fucking like. It's the kind of song you'd want to sing while you're laying down, too. I don't believe it. I won't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I'm not mad. I understand that's how it goes. Take it easy. There's no time to be mad. That's their job. Blood on their teeth, death on their mind. Pretty baby, please just get out of the way where it's safe. Eyes will follow you. Weapons can't break through. Tears will swallow you. They all can see right through. Bulletproof glass. Bulletproof glass. Bulletproof. You won't have any We're so easily fooled, but there's some things they don't want the answers to. Don't want to bring all that up, but they keep leaving it out. What to do? We'll just let it be till they all need bulletproof glass, bulletproof glass, bulletproof. You won't have any trouble now. Bulletproof glass, bulletproof glass, bulletproof. You won't have any trouble now. But who knows? But who knows? If you want to know somebody, might take a quick look at their best friends. Diamonds are hers, a dog is his. You can lie to yourself, but don't lie to me. It's what they want. Diamonds and loyalty, romance and security. Just stay behind. Bulletproof glass, bulletproof glass, bulletproof. You won't have any trouble now. But who knows? But who knows? Well, thank you. I'll be here all night. I love that song so much. Well, I might go to bed soon. It was nice hanging out. I'm really happy. I'm happy you're here. Come as you are. What the fuck is this all about? Fucking iPad. All these phrases. You know, when I hated myself, I have this like nice case on my iPad, and I was like, I couldn't even be happy about it. Buying clothes. I only recently started having nice clothes. When I got this shirt, I I was like, I don't think I care about looking good anymore. My mom was like, this is a nice shirt. You look good in this shirt. I was like, I don't even care. But now I'm like, I got fucking linen clothes. Like, it's been years. It's been like, I don't know, like half a decade since I had pride about how I look. Okay, so, okay. Oh man. This fucking thing. All synced up. So I'll probably do one more song and then go to bed. It's 9 o'clock on a Saturday. The regular crowd shovels in. There's an old man sitting next to me, making love to his tonic and gin. He says, son, can you play me a melody? I'm not really sure how it goes, but it's sad and it's sweet, and I knew it complete when I wore a younger man's clothes. La di da 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 da, la di da 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 da. Sing us a song, you're the piano man. Sing us a song tonight, while we're all in the mood for a melody, and you've got us feeling alright. Now John at the bar is a friend of mine. He gets me my drinks for free. He's quick with a joke, or he'll light up your smoke, but there's some place that he'd rather be. He says, Bill, I believe this is killing me, as the smile ran away from his face. Well, I'm sure that I could be a movie star if I could get out of this place. Oh, la da 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 da, la di di da 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 da. Now Paul is a real estate novelist who never had time for a wife, and he's talking with Davy, who's still in the Navy and probably will be for life. And the waitress is practicing politics as the businessman slowly gets stoned. Yeah, they're sharing a drink they call loneliness, but it's better than drinking alone. Sing us a song, you're the piano man. Sing us a song tonight. Well, we're all in the mood for a melody, and you got us feeling alright. Okay. Yeah, talk about the song should be done after the second verse. This reminds me of drowning. It makes me feel very bad for Todd.
Okay. Well, let me just fucking wonder why God allows things. Okay, God does that. Where the fuck is God? Okay. It's bedtime. We're going to bed. We're turning off the lights. Now this is going to be ASMR. Falling asleep time. I'm going to tell you a bedtime story. You're getting a huge bonus tonight. You have no idea. After I kill myself, you're going to fucking wish you had me talking to you. You're going to say, all those times, all those fucking, don't expect any Hemingway shit, but all those fucking times where you were watching me going, this is kind of boring. Maybe I should watch something else. You're gonna look back and you're gonna go, this guy was giving me the fucking luxury treatment. This guy was strumming my pain with his fingers and singing my soul with his song. Wavy Gravy had nothing on this guy. You're gonna be wishing, okay? You're gonna be saying, we were strangers turning into dust, and I didn't even see it. He was fucking... So I'm gonna tell you a story, a bedtime, a goodnight story. And I'm gonna make it up on the spot while I play video games. So don't expect any Hemingway type shit, okay? There was once a boy with braces, and he had really crooked teeth, and he was very embarrassed about that, so he never smiled, and he was actually extremely happy. You know, are you in bed, by the way? You should be in bed. It's late, you should be in fucking bed and listening. I'm not trying to lecture you, I'm not trying to parent you. I'm just saying, the lights are off. Okay, this is a bedtime. You should be falling asleep to this. Okay? I want you to be falling asleep to my voice. That's the point I'm trying to make. Okay, so you're only allowed to listen to this. I'm not saying you need to go to bed. Okay? I'm saying, because we all know someone's going to say, who are you talking to? A child? I bet you're talking to a child. Okay, no, I'm saying I want you to be falling asleep to my voice right now, because that will make me feel like I'm a god to you. Okay, so if you're in bed and your lights are off and your eyes are closed, that's the only condition you're allowed to listen to this. Otherwise, you have to turn the video off right now, or I'm going to kill myself right away, in a painful way. I'm going to put a bag on my head. Like Robin Williams. Why did he do that? Because he was a joke thief and he got to fame by stealing people's jokes? I don't know. He got kicked down a flight of stairs at a party for that. Okay, so let's see. He was a very happy boy. His name was Ralph. But he had braces, so everyone thought that he was kind of a tight ass. He never smiled. But no one ever knew that the reason why was because he had really crooked... His teeth were backwards. They were so crooked that they were actually backwards. Completely, like, they were in the proper space, but each teeth was turned the opposite way. So it looked very weird. And he fucking never smiled. And so he went to school. He was always a loser. And then he finally gets to college, and he goes to a different town for college, and he feels like he's escaped the the city where everyone kind of didn't really appreciate him, and he thought now he's finally gonna make his mark in the world, and he's gonna be given the recognition that he deserves, because really it was just bullying, or people didn't really see him the right way, and it was just first impressions that fucked his life up. So he's going to go to a new town, he's going to make a new first impression, and he's really excited. And he meets a girl who is, you know, she is a fucking nice person who gives him the time of day, and she says to him, you know, they're at a party, and she says, what's your name? And he says, I'm Ralph. And she says, you know, what are you studying? And he says, I'm studying fucking psychology. And she says, oh, why did you choose that? And he says, well, it's kind of embarrassing, but in my old town, everyone thought I'm unfriendly, but I'm actually really friendly. And I can't actually smile. I've never actually smiled in my entire life. Like, if you've ever seen a ventriloquist, people think I have a hair lip or something, because I talk kind of funny, because I don't ever open my mouth when I talk. But I kind of talk like a ventriloquist. I never smile, I never open my mouth, and it's totally messed up my self-esteem to never smile. People think I'm a jerk. And she says, that's really fucking serendipitous, because everyone thinks I'm a bitch, but I'm not. I'm just quiet. I never talk to anyone. People are so rude. People are so assholes. I literally never talk. I'm like the quietest person ever, and people just assume that I'm a fucking bitch. And I don't even get it. And I'm studying psychology too, because I wanted to figure out, why is everyone a fucking asshole? And Ralph is like, that's exactly why I studied it. I wanted to fucking see why everyone's such a jerk. They're all making their assumptions about me, and meanwhile, I just have these horrible teeth. And she says, well, how horrible are they? Like, can I see them? And he says, that's a little too forward. We have, 20 minutes that we just met each other ago? And, you know, this is like the biggest insecurity of my life. And she says, well, you don't seem insecure about it. You're fucking pretty candid. And he said, well, yeah, you know, I am a fucking cool guy, but people just got the wrong idea about me. You know, I am open, but why would I want to open my mouth and talk about it when people are always fucking laughing at me? People are always calling me Mr. Serious over here. You know, they say he never laughs, he never jokes, he has no sense of humor. He's a real stick in the mud. And I'm like, well, yeah, if I open my mouth though, you fucking laugh at me and say my teeth are backwards. And she starts blushing a little bit, and he doesn't know why. Now, I'm going to pause the story, and I'm going to tell you this is a significant part of the story. You're going to want to remember that part, because there's a reason why she's blushing, and you're going to be surprised. So anyway, they go out for some fucking poutine to the, you know, there's like a new restaurant in town. And, you know, he's sliding the fries through his mouth, you know, and she's not realizing yet that the reason why they're getting poutine is because he needs to get the shoestring fries and to slide them through his mouth without opening his lips. And because he really means it. He's like, you know what? Every fucking person, when they see my teeth, they laugh. And she doesn't. And he says, you don't know. You know, you think my teeth are crooked? You don't know they're completely backwards. Okay? You will fucking freak. I'm telling you not to freak. If you see them, you're gonna freak. So they go get poutine, and she says, you know, this is really forward here, but do you want to come over? I mean, it's been a long time since I've met someone who has disarmed me. You know, I have so many barriers. People are so fucked. And you're so endearing. You know, you're so not trying. You're not trying to impress me. You're not trying to fucking judge me. You know, I feel like you can see the fact that I'm friendly. You let me have my space if I'm quiet. We just had 5 minutes of silence here eating these fries. But yet I don't feel like you're ignoring me.
I feel like you understand that some people are just silent. You know, there's nothing to say sometimes, but we're enjoying each other's company, and I feel like you're someone I trust, and so I think you should come over. And he's like, yeah, okay. You know, he says it in his ventriloquist. He goes, yeah, okay. And so they go to her house, and they start making out. They're watching a movie. They're watching ventriloquism on TV. He says, let me show you, how I learned how to talk. And he puts on some ventriloquism. He says, this is Henry Ford. Okay, it's just a coincidence. His name is Henry Ford. He's actually the best ventriloquist in the world. And, this is where I learned to talk so no one sees my teeth. And she's like, what, have you ever thought about getting braces? And he's like, okay, my teeth are backwards. They're not they're literally backwards. I got backwards teeth. Okay, that's not going to happen. You can't turn your teeth. You think I'm going to turn my teeth around in 180 degrees? No. And she's like, whoa. And he's like, okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm fucking snapped on you. My dad used to hit me in the face a lot, and fucking okay, reminded me of that. And she's like, yeah, I can get why you'd be mad, but don't take that out on me, okay? Like, I get it, you're mad, but please don't take that out on me. And he's like, I'm sorry. And she's like, okay, I can't really fucking trust you anymore. You just yelled at me. You took something out on me that your dad really did. And like, I've never been talked to in that kind of tone before by someone I trust, and I can't actually believe that you did that. And she says, but I do understand, because I've actually snapped at people before. And I do understand, but to show me that you're actually sorry, will you show me your teeth? And he's like, yeah, that's a bit much. Like, I can understand why you'd be taken aback, but why are you so quiet? I mean, you're beautiful. I mean, I could show you my teeth, and I've calmed down, and I am sorry, but I think you can tell that I'm not who I was a couple minutes ago, and I actually am very soft and receptive to you, and I am sorry, and I won't do that again. But for me to show you my teeth, what would it be about you that would make you so quiet? I mean, you're so beautiful. I feel like I'm going to show you my teeth, and then you're going to leave. You're going to say, oh my God, and you're going to say, I just went slumming, and I found some fucking slum dog, and it was a good story I could tell my boyfriend. And she says, she starts blushing again, and she says, well, I'm pretty much normal. And he's like, okay, well, you seem completely normal. And she's like, okay, well, actually, it's cool. You don't have to show me your teeth. And he's like, well, what did you mean by pretty much normal? Like, it would actually help me if there's something fucked up about you that you tell me, because, I feel like a fucking freak. And if someone as cool as you has also backwards teeth or something equivalent, then I'll feel like showing you my teeth, because then I'll feel like we're, made for each other. Like, why would you make fun of me if you have some reason why you'd be quiet too? I mean, clearly it was based on something. Like, did something happen in your life, or do you have like 6 toes or something? Do you have an extra toe? Like, what's going on? And she says, you know what? Let's just drop it, okay? And he goes, was that a tone? Was that a mood? Did you just give me a tone? And she's like, yeah. And he's like, did you just give me a tone so it would be even, so I don't have to show you my teeth because there's something about you that you don't want me to know? And she starts blushing again, and she's like, yeah, in fact there is. And, you know, now you're asking me enough times that I'll just tell you, there is something about me that's a little different. And I don't exactly want to tell you either. And I think that makes us about equal. Okay, I have to pause the story. There was just a noise at our front door. Can you imagine if it was Dance Girl? Scary. I mean, someone knocks down the garbage every day. So, anyways, I'm gonna try to make this a little bit more ASMR, or more of a deep voice kind of talk. I'm gonna talk you to sleep in a deep voice. And anyways, so you know, he says, did you just try to equal out the keel so that you don't have to tell me the freakish thing about you, even though I already told you why I'm a freak? And she's like, maybe, maybe not. Guess you're not gonna know. And she turns down the lights and she says, just kiss me, you fool. Kiss me like it's the first time in your life. And he said, actually, it is. And they start kissing, and he's figuring out how to kiss, and he doesn't even know. He's like, what lip do I choose? The top lip? The bottom lip? He's trying so hard. And, you know, his tack is getting fucking throbbing. And she pulls it out for him, and it's fucking throbbing. And he reaches down her pants, and it's super wet. And he fucking starts crawling on top of her. And he has no condom, and he starts having sex with her. And she is just loving it. And then he realizes that she has no legs. Anyway, that's the whole story. And they live happily ever after. Okay, well, I hope you like the bedtime story. Okay. I could stay around for another one. It's probably pretty late. Well, I wish I had some fucking cookies. Have you ever played Geometry Wars? Probably not, but Geometry Wars evolved. And, I can score four or 600,000. A good score is over 1 million. I asked Google AI. I was like, don't blow smoke. Tell me if my score is good. And it was like, being totally frank with you, it's not. But for me, I was like, oh my god, this is so hard to get here. I'll show you. Well, never mind. Maybe you can't see. Yeah, you can't see. It doesn't matter. Travis and I used to play this. Well, it's really cool you're here. You know, I would be so lonely without you. And I mean to the audience too. I'm not just talking to Dance Girl. But I got nothing, Boba Fett's. I just wish I had cookies. Oh, I just have to jack off or eat cookies.
Oh, there's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to escape. There's no pleasure that makes things easier. That's fine. I'm doing well. I've come a long way. I like who I am, you know. It's a very cliche thing to say. Unless it's true. It took a long time, man. It took a long fucking time. I mean, who do you really hide things from? Ultimately, it's yourself. And what does it mean to like yourself? You know, you think that you have nothing to hide and you're as you ought to be when you're in your room. You're a lion in your room. And then you go out and you fucking get punched in the face. And all of a sudden you're not who you thought you were. And you're bitter and you're angry and you're a little twerp. You know? Someone punches you, you wanna go fight the whole world. And your ego and your pride, and you know, someone slights you. You're having such a good time and you're on top of the world. And then all of a sudden you're just a petty little dipshit. You got nothing. But in your room, when you're in your room, you were a fucking tiger. And you really thought you were a tiger. And you go test it out and you're like, and then you shrink to a house cat. And Todd was a tiger. Todd was a tiger. Poor Richard. I remember his face. His fucking box. That was always my worst fear, to drown. Mystery wanted to drown. That was his worst fear too. I guess it still is. He wanted to drown because it was his worst fear. I think he's pretty gutsy. Well, I think I'm pretty, having nothing to hide, I'm not scared of anything. If I was drowning, I bet I'd be like, oh my god, I'm drowning, ah. That's how I'd be. I'd fucking freak. I used to hold my breath just to practice drowning. I'd hold my breath for so long, till I was squirming around. That was probably trauma for my friend Seamus, who strangled me. He did it for a long time. I strangled my pig, but did Mom's ex-pig, but only till she started crying. And then I was like, oh, oops. This guy, he kept doing it after I was clearly done being strangled. You know? I was like, it was kind of the same thing. You know, I was into kinky stuff with her. And I just choked her too hard. I was like, oh fuck. You know, as soon as she started crying, I was like, oh fuck. But this Seamus guy, he just kept, he knew I was fucking
suffocating. He just kept fucking strangling me. It was so scary. I was like, I realize you know. You know, it took me a minute, and I was like, I realize you know. You're still doing it. You know? I was gang stalking. For what I said to my cousin. When they had a 30-something-year-old guy chase me and suck my dick. Fucked my self-esteem up. Thought my family had him sent. It's a vulnerable age for imprinting. Can only imagine what Dance Girl went through. Must have been strange for her. Well, I thought she was evil, you know. But it's one of the strangest things with her. I'm like, you act evil, but I know you're good. I can feel your energy. I can feel that you're good. If I get a haircut, I'm going to ask for the xenomorph cut. I think I'm getting a haircut. Yeah, it's expensive though, but yeah, you know what? You would like a haircut. I don't like a bowl cut very much. Are you asleep yet? Well, how do you make cookies? Do you put oatmeal in them? Oats? Oat cookies are good. I might just get some eggs. But I don't know what else I'd make with them. Fried rice. Yeah, fried rice and steak. Steak fried rice. I have mushrooms. I'd get some onions. But now that I've been living on my own for my mom is on vacation. I'm like, you really do need the staples. You need fucking potatoes and onions. Those are like, you need those. But if you have eggs, what are you gonna have else with the fried rice? Well, you need hoisin sauce. I don't have any of that. You probably should get some cow rolls. Oh, do you know what I'd actually like is sushi. I haven't made sushi in a long time. But then you have to get more rice, you have to get nori paper. You already have the soy sauce. And we get our soy sauce from Costco now. And I don't know what else you can have with that. Some kind of oyster sauce on your sushi? No. What I do for sushi is I go to Walmart and I get the fucking seaweed salad. It's like $5 for 95 grams of it or something. But it goes a long way. It's really good. And I put half seaweed salad, half avocado. And that's my roll. That's my favorite roll. I get it at every sushi restaurant. They never have it. I say, can you make me something off the menu? I'm like, I want seaweed salad and avocado. And that's it. And they go, okay. I'm like, thank you. Arigato zaimashita. Thank you, sensei. Arigato zaimashita. See, I learned that in jiu-jitsu class. They fucking make it really good. They make it like, well, there's a few, we go to Nara Sushi, but there's a few places that are good. Some dragon place. Actually, some place next to Bantan, I think. In Waterloo. And otherwise, I'd get a seaweed, fucking cucumber avocado roll. Yeah, I know it's basic. I know it's basic. I couldn't believe you're listening to this. This is so fucking plain, but it's fine. Well, what else are you gonna fall asleep to? Busy music? The news? Something boring or something vapid? I mean, really, what are we sharing here?
I think we're sharing frequencies, and it doesn't really matter what you say. It doesn't matter what you do. It only matters how you are. I'm giving you time now to fall asleep. Some silent pauses. I'm preparing you for when I kill myself. Like, you're gonna have to learn to live without me. Sorry, you should have treated me better. Sorry, dance girl, you should have knocked on my door with a butt plug. Now I have to die. Now it's your fault. Oops. Guess I'm gonna have to put all your family's names in my note to my grandma. This is their fault. But don't blame Dance Girl. But if Dance Girl wants anyone not blamed, then don't blame them too. But I'll put a special note in for Dance Girl. I'll be like, please, will you blame them? Please. Please, will you avenge my death, Dance Girl? Please. Please, I'm your daddy, Dance Girl. I'm your daddy, Dance Girl. Dance Girl will be like, you're crazy. Dance Girl will be like, my name's not Dance Girl. I'll be like, really? And she'll be like, no. And I'll be like, why did you hesitate? And why did you say it like that? I think your name is Dance Girl, actually. She'll be like, no, it's not. And I'll be like, well, you sound kind of angry. I think if it actually wasn't, you'd just be like, no, it's not. But you're like, no, it's not. And that's different. It sounded like you said, no, it's snot, too. Okay, what do you have to blow your nose? I mean, what else would you want to fall asleep to other than my talking nonsense? Wouldn't you miss this? Honestly, if I was dead right now, wouldn't you miss this? Wouldn't you? I mean, let me just tell you that I want to live, actually. I want to do a few things. There's some things that I want to do. Number one, I want to make cookies. But you know what? Don't drink Coke. Let me just tell you, don't drink it. I swear to God, don't fucking drink Coke. It fucks your teeth up. You know? And once they're fucked, it's difficult. Things are difficult once they're fucked. Well, you have enamel on your teeth. I have super fucking strong enamel. I'll never get a cavity. But when you wear down your gums from drinking Coca-Cola every night, underneath there's tooth that has no enamel. And that part can get hurt. And that's what happened with my fucking Coca-Cola. So yeah, I can smile, and I can smile big, and my teeth look nice. But if you look really closely, there's some spots that are not so nice, and that kind of bothers me. It doesn't bother me that much, because I still have a nice smile. Okay, my whole teeth are nice, but just where the gums are receding, it's there's a small amount that doesn't feel very good. I don't like how it feels on my tongue. And so it's not a cavity. I already talked to Lauren about it. It's not a cavity. Lauren took me back after I freaked on him. I'm very happy about that. But if I really want to do right by my teeth, because you know, any human from back in the day when they ate the natural diet, they would always keep their teeth for their entire life. You would never lose your teeth. It's only us domesticated people who eat cooked food, who need glasses, or lose their teeth, or have to brush their teeth, or have to use toilet paper, or deodorant, or soap, who are susceptible to bacteria. So that's the other reason to eat fruit. My grandma always says, keep your teeth. Make sure you keep your teeth. I've lost mine. Make sure you keep yours. I'm like, yeah. I really love sushi and I really love Coke. You know, I quit Coke, but now I drink bubbly. Cooked food in general, it's bad for your teeth. At least I have a good toothbrush. I'm in quite a good mood now. I feel a lot better. I hope I wake up like this tomorrow. I could get some yeast to make some bread too. I've always wanted to put yeast in my cookies. I've asked Google about this. They said don't do that. But I sometimes feel like there was this store near the Healthy Planet or something. I don't know. It was in some parking lots by Microplay near Faux de Beau. And where was that store? Well, anyway, they sold cookies individually for like $2.50. Really nice special cookies, vegan too. And they were really fucking thick. And I always thought, I wonder if they put yeast in this, just a little bit. Wouldn't you want just a little bit of yeast in your cookies? Or do you like them flat? A lot of people let the pan of cookies fall on the ground almost, so that the cookies get flat. I like a soft cookie. You know, there would be, the type of cookie I would really hate would be one from a bag, like a President's Choice chocolate chip cookie in a bag. Oh, yuck. They're so crunchy. They're like croutons. They're reminding me of Dance Girl eating croutons. I'd give Dance Girl a handful per day of croutons. I'd give her garlic croutons, butter croutons. I'd just give her plain one. I'd give her whole wheat. I'd give her those really dark ones, like black croutons. You know, she would love them. She would love the fucking crunch. You know, I'd love to hear her chewing on those. I think that'd be so cute. A little dance girl in an electrified cage, crunching on croutons. Say this, you love your croutons, dance girl? She wouldn't answer me. You know, she wouldn't say anything unnecessary. I'd make her oink for them too. But I'd say, do you love your croutons, dance girl? She'd be going, she'd be savoring them. I'd say, I know you have one left in your hand. Are you gonna eat it now or later? She wouldn't even look at me. I'd put my erection through the cage. I'd say, are you gonna eat it now or later? I'd put another crouton on my erection. I'd say, do you want another one? She'd be like, no, I wouldn't do that. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. I wouldn't do that. I'd put my erection through the cage, but I wouldn't put a crouton on it. No, you wouldn't want to bribe someone with food for that. Well, I'm embarrassed that I actually said that. Okay, I'm actually blushing. Okay, I'm actually blushing right now. I'm actually embarrassed. I shouldn't have said that. That was too much. I'm sorry, Dance Girl. Okay, I'm sorry. Now Dance Girl's not gonna want to meet me. Do you find it endearing that I make mistakes and I embarrass myself? Do you like the fact that I do that? That you go, oh God. Does it make it count? Does it make it count more when I'm not fucked up? Well, I'm not sure my erection is actually parallel with the ground. I don't know if I could balance a crouton on it. I think so. But really, the kind of erection that I want is the kind that when I lay on my back, that it faces the ceiling. And the more I regrow my foreskin, the more it turns into that. And the more that happens without effort. And I really think a lot of my effort is completely in vain. Not just in veins, but in vain. I mean, are you gonna meet me, Dance Girl? Oh, I'd love to say hi. I'll bet you're not watching this. This is too much. This is a 4-hour video. Can't believe it. But are you gonna meet me? You know, I forget about this sometimes. I've been hopeless for so long. And I think, of course you're not gonna meet me. Obviously. But then I think, well, you would have on that one day, unless you knew that I wouldn't have. Have you ever thought of that? That you did exactly what I said I didn't want you to do because you actually didn't want to meet me, and you knew if you did it that way that I wouldn't? Just like meeting me with training wheels or meeting me at the cemetery. That you can only do it in a way where I go, I don't think so. I wonder that sometimes. It worries me. It worries me you're never gonna meet me. But I would be very happy just seeing you up close. You know, to some extent, I really didn't recognize your face anymore. But at the same time, I think I did. But you were also turned at an angle too. You also had your head down. So it was hard to tell. But seeing you up close would be really something. It meant a lot to me seeing you on the fucking Franklin Street. Do you know how much that meant to me? It meant a lot. It was very painful too. I was embarrassed to watch you walk away, knowing everyone was watching me watch you. It was very embarrassing. But I did. I waited all the way. I waited till you crossed Kenneth Street, till I couldn't even see you anymore. I just kept looking and looking. I couldn't look away. It was like that Damien Rice song. I can't take my eyes off of you. Really though, it really was. And you know how much I hated you too. You know how much I absolutely hated you. But I couldn't stop looking at you. I was saying every insult there is at you. But I was like, at least I got to see you. See how you walk, see your hair flying around, flopping all over the place. And then I was like, I guess I got what I wanted. After we made up, I got to see you. Technically, you waved to that little Teletubby fatso. But the way I thought you waved to me. I felt like Hello? Are you there? Yeah, I'm there. I felt like, I don't know. I lost my train of thought. Well, I felt like I love you, really. I hate that I love you. That was painful. That was a painful night. I felt like you waved to me. But not really, you know, but in a sick way. I thought that's better than nothing. Oh, do you know how heartbreaking that was? When I saw you, thinking you were there to wave to me, and then it was to someone else. Do you know how mean that was? You instantly made me happy, and then it was just to rip my heart out. It's like orchestrated cruelty. And then to threaten me. Oh my God. It was crazy. It was like the meanest thing that anyone's ever done. It was like I got punched in the face. It's like you called me outside to punch me in the face. Say, surprise, sold you into human trafficking. Kill yourself. I was like, who are you? And then after that, I watched you walk away. I was like, yeah, I guess I should go die. Let me at least watch you walk away. I guess I'm gonna be reborn dreaming of sex. You know, I couldn't believe it. And I'm like, who orchestrated this? Did you orchestrate this? It's shocking even saying it. I can't even believe that's you. And I still watched you walk away, just to see you. Could you imagine how pathetic I felt? I don't think I've ever felt smaller. Now I'm afraid to go outside. You know? Not really. I'm okay. But it does make me wonder if you're trying to push me away, if you were. And if you can't meet me in a way that's respectful, because you can't face me. Maybe you don't love me. Have you ever thought of that? I always think you think that I don't love you. But maybe you don't love me. Well, I would love to fucking say hi to you up close. I'd love to see your face up close, hear your voice. If we said hi and kept walking, I'd be like, Dance Girl? I'd want to talk to you more. I'm hoping we can make that happen this month. Something like that. As far as I know, you still love me. But I don't know if you're willing to meet me. I don't know what you're willing to I don't know if you're willing to meet me. Like maybe you're just like, well, come to my house or nothing. Tell me a time and maybe I'll be home. Just assume that I will be. I'm like, do you know how painful that was for me last month? Pretty scary. Maybe you're trying to make it as scary for me as it is for you. I'm like, are you sure that you're not making it more scary for me? I mean, are you like really wounded or something? Like, if I find out that no one's ever like gang raped you, if no one's ever like literally punched you in the face and gang raped you while you're awake, I'm gonna be like, you have no excuse to treat me this way. I'm gonna be so mad if that's not the case. I'm like, you made it hell for me to get here. You made it so fucking bad for me to get here. I don't know if I can do it. I'm really fucking scared. I'm scared of you. I'm scared you'll just make a fool out of me. But we have come a long way. And it still does feel like a dream. Does it feel like a dream to you? Well, hopefully it's not, because you'd have to be asleep to believe it. I don't feel like that, though. Are you sleeping yet? I need to go to sleep. I wish I had cookies so bad. I need cookies right now. I'm gonna have to get more butter, too. Would you do that for me, though, Dance Girl? Would you meet me on the street and say hi to me? If I wasn't able or willing to show up at your house, tell you the day and when, and just tell you, okay, I'll be there Tuesday at 7. If I couldn't do that, would you meet me? I really worry that you wouldn't. I'm really worried this month. I really don't know what's gonna happen. Stressing me out. Well, I think I'll go to bed. I wish there was a way I could ask you if you would meet me. Other than just asking you to meet me. I'm afraid to even go out and find out. If I were to say, do you want to meet at such and such time and date? I would be actually terrified to get my hopes up. I would literally think, no, of course you're gonna say no. Like, I don't know what to do. I don't even know how to ask. I can't even ask. Like, the last time I asked it, you know, I can't ask, I can't make the same mistake twice. Like, I can't be like, last time I did that and it didn't work, so now I'm gonna do it again. Like, so I don't know what to do. I guess that's saying that you intentionally met me in a way that we wouldn't meet last time. That's kind of what I'm thinking, that you actually wanted not to meet, and then you tried blaming me so that you could avoid the fact that you actually don't want to meet me, that truly you didn't want to meet last month. And that you don't love me. So I feel kind of down this month. And you're like, no, but I tell you I love you all the time. And I'm like, yeah. But it's kind of different than like being with me. So I guess I'm scared you don't love me, Dansko. And that's why you won't sacrifice anything. Now, maybe you think that I should be saying this to myself, that really I should be more brave. I was like, you know, excited for our date and whatnot. I was like planning on meeting you. I was all bought in. Now, like, what do I do now? How do I ask you out again? I don't even know. I'm worried we have no way to move forward. And we're just gonna fizzle out this month. Then I'm gonna be dead inside. And all this talk, joking about killing myself, I'm gonna actually feel like it. And it's not gonna be funny anymore. I'm really fucking scared of that. And most of all, I'm scared I'm gonna blame myself. That I should have just knocked on your door. This depresses me. Okay, I'm going to bed. I'm actually gonna keep the camera on, so just turn the camera off. Turn the TV off. I'm gonna make the bed. At least we can go to bed together now, Dansko. This might be the last month we have together. So at least we can have this moment together. I don't know if you're still awake, if you're in here, but if you're here, you know, at least have this moment with you. Just fucking. It's actually pretty sad. I actually miss you right now. I actually miss you, Jasper. I actually miss you. I miss you a lot. And we all know that closeness is not physical. I actually miss you a lot. I miss trusting that you're gonna be at our date. I miss believing in you. I was the one who was wrong. My deepest apologies. I'm not capable of seeing it. I'm worried that I'm not capable of seeing it your way, and you're not capable of seeing it my way. And we're at a stalemate. We're at a draw. And there's no way we can move forward. So now I'm in bed and I'm hugging my pillow. And I feel like getting your sweater. I can hear the birds.
No, I'm just joking about killing myself. That's a fucked up thing to say. I feel like you wanted me to die though. I think you thought I was playing you. This guy's trying to get me. This must be what you thought. But really, deeper than that. I worry you just don't love me. It never hit me until I thought, that's exactly it. Well, that's cool. That's okay. Maybe you're just a fucking sister. Maybe you're just a friend. Well, I hope not, though. As far as I knew, you may have given me an I love you today by subscribing. Yesterday I went by your house, you gave me 2 I love yous. I'll just assume. Maybe you do. Maybe it's not that you don't love me, but that you love me too much. That you're afraid. I think you're really afraid. But I am too. What would you feel like if I was holding you? Would you feel like it's awesome? Like, thank God it's him? And are you afraid of me? I don't mean like I'm gonna hurt you, like, arrest you or punch you or something. But I mean, are you afraid I'm gonna hurt you in that other way? Like I'm gonna take you for granted, or I'm going to be just playing you. Something like that. That I'm not gonna like you. That I won't find you attractive. That I won't like your personality. I've had these worries about myself. I'm like, what the hell do I say? Like, I'll freeze. I'll shut down. Do you ever shut down? You just can't talk. Well, I don't really anymore. I did for a long time, but lately since I stopped jacking off, I don't really have that problem anymore. My brain gets a lot sharper the longer I go. But I'll miss talking to you if we fizzle out. I hope you don't. Please don't let it happen. I don't have the guts to say this, so I won't say it. But I'll tell you what I would say if I did have the guts. Which is, Every day I go out, I get an I love you from you. And I would say the next time I go out, and please don't do this. I'm not strong enough for you to do this. If the next time I go out, if you won't meet me, and you won't give me a time to meet you at your house, and instead you say just show up whenever, just tell me when and I'll just be home. And that way I don't have to give you any confirmation, yes or no, and the risk is all on you. If you won't do one of those two things for me, or three, like meet me on a bench, or walk by me, or give me time, then would you not give me an I love you tomorrow or the next day when I go out? So I can know. No, I don't have the guts to say that. I wouldn't say that. I'm still recovering from jacking off. I just ate a whole brick of butter. I ate a whole pound of butter. I'm super fucked up. I'm not in my right mind. But in this kind of dark twilight zone I'm in. My sentiment is I want to find out as soon as possible. I miss you. I just want to replace this pillow with you. I want you to be my pillow. I want to have my left arm underneath your neck and my right arm over your, whatever the space is called under your right arm. And that's like the position I want. Basically, I want you to be the small spoon. And I want your hair in my face. Your beautiful hair. And, well, I haven't been a big spoon in a long time. I never cuddled with Kat Sub-Zero, my previous girlfriend. I was like, that's gay. But with you, I'd want to. Well, Kat was nice too. I loved Kat. It's been a while though. Time freezes though. Time doesn't exist. Can you see my logic? That if you didn't want to meet me, and then I show up at your house, even though you say you love me all the time, you can't give me a time because you really don't love me. I know I'm pouring on Marina here, but just assume that the way you met me was intentionally so that I wouldn't meet you. And now, you can't give me a time. And again, I haven't asked you for a time, maybe I'm completely off here. Kind of, just hypothetically. Now you can't give me a time. Because you'd be lying. Because really you don't want me to come to your house. And if I did, without you giving me any indication other than just more I love yous, which are different than saying come over and I want to be with you, then it would be awkward. And
even have chemistry. Because you'd be like, I don't really want you here anyway. And I'd be like, and I feel it. And I don't really want to be here also because I feel like you don't want me here. I feel like it's forced. And I'm trying to do everything to stay together. And yet this is what's coming into my mind. Probably I'm not even talking to you. I mean, this is too long of a video. This is like a 10-hour video. I don't blame you. Okay, I really don't blame you. Or in other words, even if you're not watching this, it doesn't mean that you don't love me. And it doesn't mean you don't want to be with me. Sometimes it's just too long. I never watched Din Venom's ex-Pigs videos. They weren't really for me. My videos aren't really for you, but sometimes they are. Most of the time, I guess. You think it's true? You didn't want to meet me, then you projected that I didn't want to meet you. Or did I not want to meet you and projected that you didn't want to meet me? I'll bet that if I claimed that and said you didn't actually want to meet me, that part of you would believe it. But if you said the same about me, I'd also believe you. It would be scary to cut the grass. It would be torture.
Okay. You like this, girl?